We are recording this meeting as it is a public gathering. We will not convene the official board meeting until 7 o'clock or when our presentation is over. So we like to open our meetings with presentations and give our board members a chance to gather if they're a little late so we can have quorum. But I do see quite a few of our board members are present. And would I like to introduce the controller, or do I want to introduce Christina and she introduce the controller? How do we want to do that?
No, please, you go right ahead.
Well, welcome. So this is Ron Galperin. He's the Los Angeles City Controller. He doesn't necessarily know this, but I saw this same presentation or a version of it at the Equity Day at the Planning Commission. It was just fascinating. So I thought, oh, you know, this just seems exactly what we should be looking at United Neighborhoods Neighborhood Council. But you're doing, I think it would be good if you just explain not just who you are, but what the controller does and how come we're suddenly seeing all these wonderful indexes and mapping. And then let's talk about the current one, which is the, or the one that we're interested in, which is the equity index. So I'm just introduce yourself.
Okay. Good evening, everybody, and really wonderful to be with you. I'm Ron Galperin, controller for the city of Los Angeles. And it's really meaningful that we gather together as a neighborhood council in this way. I got my first obsession with everything having to do with city finances as a member of my own neighborhood council. Excuse me. And became a neighborhood council budget advocate, and one thing led to another. And then I did the crazy thing of running for controller, which is a job that I find deeply meaningful because it's an opportunity to hopefully do some good each and every day. My own background was as an attorney and in business and as a journalist, but I really became very interested in how do we use the not unlimited resources that we in government have to do the most amount of good. And I view the work of the controller's office as a way to help achieve that. Real briefly, what it is that we do in the controller's office. There are 15 council members, as I think you all know, 3 citywide officials, the mayor, the city attorney, and myself. It is my job to distribute all of the dollars of the city and pay all the bills for goods and services, to do payroll for that small little intimate group of 45,000 people who work for the city, for all of the financial reports that we do. Also, we have a waste, fraud, and abuse unit. We do the financial projections for the city, which in the past we've been extremely accurate with, but has become more of a challenge with the uncertainties that we have as a result of COVID. And I branched out as soon as I came into office now 7+ years ago into open data, because I really believe very firmly in putting it all out there for everybody to see. It's the people's money, and you should know exactly where it's going. And along with that, we have developed many different dashboards to monitor performance, mapping to really understand visually and geographically, demographically, how the city is performing in a whole variety of its different functions. And I'll show you a couple of examples of that. We have the open checkbook of the city, where you can see every single dollar that the city spends for the last now 10 years. And it is searchable, downloadable, tweetable, Facebookable, all of those things. Now, these have been really challenging times, as we all know. We've lost 21,000 of our neighbors and family members and our friends just locally to COVID, 500,000 across the nation. Unemployment in Los Angeles more than doubled overnight last March. Many of those jobs have yet to come back. And we also know that there are so many people who are self-employed or gig workers who simply do not have the income that they had before. What this has also done is really exacerbate so many existing inequities that we've had in our society. And we see that, unfortunately, in terms of the numbers of COVID cases, the number of deaths, the numbers of people who are having trouble paying their rent, those who are now living, unfortunately, on the streets. And we know that it has really impacted our brown and our Black communities more so than ever before. And we have much work to do on that. I want to share with you a little bit about where the city stands fiscally, how the city and my office has responded to the COVID-19 crisis. I want to talk about the other great crisis that we have, the existentialist crisis, I believe, in our city, which is of homelessness. And then I want to round it out by talking about the work that we're seeking to do around issues of equity. So first of all, I mentioned that we do the revenue forecasting for the city, and we put this up all online, and you'll see an image of that real quickly. We have about a $550 million revenue shortfall for this budget year, and we operate on a fiscal year basis. So from the 1st of July to the 30th of June. And revenues are coming in about $40 to $50 million less than projected. We are going to find a way through this, but it's not easy. A number of cuts that have been and are being made. My own office has sustained a 21% cut. Thankfully, we have received significant sums from the federal government in terms of CARES Act funding, but that has to be applied to COVID-related purposes. We also have a variety of different special funds from which we can pull money. There are ways that we can defer certain expenditures. There are also some bright spots in that while certain revenues have gone down significantly, like our hotel tax or parking tax, as you can see here, property taxes remained pretty strong because the real estate market has remained relatively strong throughout this. And the biggest increase in taxes that we've seen is from cannabis business tax, up 79%. Some of that because of much better enforcement. Some of that perhaps because people are home more and are partaking more. Kind of an interesting pattern that we see happening. We're expecting it's going to be a tough year budgetarily next year as well, although a lot of this is going to very much depend on what we get from the federal government. The House of Representatives has supported a bill in the well over $1 trillion, of course, which the city of LA would benefit of about $1.2 to $1.35 billion. But that is yet to go through the Senate, and we'll see where that number actually ends up. We don't know if it's going to be quite that much, but it's going to make a very, very big difference. But again, we can't count on it until we know for sure that it is going to be coming in. The city's response to COVID is an ongoing one. We've seen limitations on evictions, rental assistance. There was expanded testing. Now vaccines are being ramped up. Additional meals to seniors, although not nearly enough. I'll be the first one to tell you. Ramped up outreach to the homeless in terms of Project Room Key and rec centers and bridge housing. I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment or two. I believe not nearly enough and not nearly effective enough. Some support to small business, including microloans, and we've actually mapped all those microloans and said exactly where they're going to so that everybody has access to info. And I've created in my office also a COVID-19 resource hub, which first of all tracks the virus data neighborhood by neighborhood, and you can see exactly in your community on an ongoing basis what the case numbers are. And again, what this points out, unfortunately, which is true across our nation, is that our communities of color are the ones that are the hardest hit, both in terms of cases and in terms of mortality. And what we've also seen in the last week, as many of you have been reading, is that many of these communities are also the ones that have been getting less of the vaccine than other more affluent communities. And so there's a tremendous amount of realignment that is needed. But part of why I put this map out there is so that everybody can actually see where are the needs the greatest. We've also provided information and a whole variety of different boxes of information. If you're an employee, an employer, a job seeker, a freelancer, a renter, a small business owner, a nonprofit, immigrant, and you can click on any of these boxes, and more than one certainly applies to most people. And we keep this updated on a nearly daily basis with resources from the city, the county, the federal government, state, and nonprofits. And so you can check this out and really um, in depth explore what it is that we have. I do a lot of mapping in my office, and not just all financial mapping. And one of the maps that we put out recently, which I'm glad to say people are using, but distressed to say is the #1 feature on my website, is a map of all of the food banks and food pantries in the Los Angeles area and throughout California. We've mapped 1,800 of these. We keep these updated regularly with information provided to us by the service provider. You can see exactly where they're located, what their hours are, their phone number. You can see here all these green dots that are populating the whole state. You can zero in within each community so that if you know people who need these food services, or if you or others want to volunteer, there's information about how to do that. And it tells me a great deal about the really deep level of food insecurity, unfortunately, that we have in Los Angeles. What we also know is that we have a tremendously and deeply troubling homelessness crisis in Los Angeles. And I'll be frank, I've been a critic of many others in the city and how it is that we have been handling it. I did an audit looking at LAHSA, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, which is sort of a joint city and city and county entity, and looking at their outreach activities. And there are a lot of very well-intentioned, very fine people at LAHSA, a lot who care deeply and who are working very hard. But it's also an entity that was not really created to do what it is that is being called upon to do today. And I had some real questions about how it is that they're tracking data and how it is that they are achieving or not achieving results. And we made a number of recommendations. Some of those are actually being put in place, I'm pleased to say. What also I have done is a report looking at Triple H. Triple H is the bond measure that was approved by voters now 4.5 years ago for $1.2 billion of bonding to create up to 10,000 permanent supportive housing units. And again, I'll be frank, I've been a critic of how this has been handled. Some very well-intentioned people involved with it. But as of this month, less than 500 bond-funded units have actually been ready for occupancy. We have a tremendous number of projects that are taking 3 to 6 years. The average is $550,000 per unit, with some costing as much as $750,000 a door. And while we have $1.2 billion of bonding capacity, there were no bonds issued in 2020. There were no bonds issued in 2019. The last bond issuance was in July of 2018, if you can imagine that. Soon, almost 3 years ago. And so far, we have floated only about $362 million in these bonds, and we have spent less than about half of that, which means we have all this bonding capacity, which can and should be put to use to create much desperately needed housing. And I've taken great issue with the fact that it's been so slow and so expensive. What I'm calling for, and I'm really urging other elected officials to take the same position, is that we have more urgency, more clarity of purpose, that we be more nimble, and that we look not just at permanent supportive housing, which is, of course, desperately needed, but what are we doing to get people off the street today? Bridge housing, housing that is specific to those people also who are suffering from mental illness and who need a clinical environment, almost a hospital-like environment in some cases, before that they can actually move on to other kinds of housing. So I am a big believer that we need to really take a good look in the mirror and say what's working, what is not working. We had 1,300 people who died on our streets last year in a city like Los Angeles. And that is utterly unacceptable. I believe that we can invest in some short-term solutions now that will help to alleviate the suffering and alleviate the disaster that we have that is unfolded on our sidewalks, on our streets, and in our neighborhoods. I've also been a big believer that we should identify properties that are owned by the city in a better way. We are the largest owner of real estate in Los Angeles. The city of LA is. We own more parcels than anyone else. Some of them are unbuildable, and some of them are very much our municipal buildings and our parks, etc. But imagine if we use even a fraction of some of these in a better, more productive way, the amount of good that we can actually do. I want to talk about the issue of equity, which is one of the reasons that I was invited to come and speak here. And we are a city of tremendous diversity, which is what I love about this city. I'm actually the first in my family to be born in this country. My parents were both immigrants who came here speaking no English, and thankfully they were able to realize that so-called American dream for their kids. But too many others are struggling to be able to do that, and we have a responsibility to really step up. But while we have this tremendous diversity, what we don't have is equity. And I think that there is a growing recognition of that now, and that's an important thing. Within this last year, there's a new chief equity officer. There's a new civil and human rights ordinance. There's a newly created Department of Civil and Human Rights, and a series of executive directives around the issue of equity. But we need to look in the mirror in our own city government, first and foremost, and then I want to talk about the city as a whole. And we need to look at equity in a variety of ways. First, let's talk about gender equity. Our city government, which I've mentioned, has about 45,000 employees. Only about 28% of them are women. Only 25% of all of our payroll goes to women. The overwhelming amount of our overtime, which is largely for police and fire, goes to men. And there is a significant pay gap within our own city based on gender, as well as based on race and ethnicity. In fact, what we found is if you look at the average pay for all the Black women who work in the city, for city government, versus the average pay for all of the white men who work for the city of Los Angeles, it's a 46% gap. That is tremendous. And this is not going to be resolved in one day, but we actually have to really get to work to address these inequities over time and make this the city that we all truly aspire for it to be. But what I've also done is looking at equity across of our city. And I created the first ever LA Equity Index. And what we do is map a whole variety of socioeconomic and demographic points throughout Los Angeles, looking at things like what is the percent of rent burden within each and every single of the neighborhoods in Los Angeles, looking at percentage of people who have health insurance versus don't, quality of water, quality of air, educational access, and many other factors. And we grade each community on a scale of 1 to 10 based on these numbers that we have gathered. And no neighborhood gets a 0, no neighborhood gets a 10. But you can see here, for example, United Neighborhoods here, 5.0. And why? If you look at this, 25% of homes are occupied by owners. So 75% are renters. That has a great deal to do with the makeup of a community. 53% of residents live below 200% of the poverty line. 35% of residents are spending more than half of their income on rent. We also look at environmental factors, for example, based on air quality, toxic emissions, traffic density. You can see here access to healthcare, educational index. 20% of residents have at least a bachelor's degree, while 31% of residents in the neighborhood do not have even a high school diploma. So you can look at all of these and really better understand your own community. And this is meant for city leaders and for neighborhood councils, for advocates, for nonprofits, to really start putting this data to use and understanding where do we need to really adjust our resources so that we can begin to create a more equitable city. Much to do, and it's a time of tremendous challenges, but also of tremendous opportunities. And I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to be with you and with your neighborhood council. For all those people who are tuning in, there are many things you could be doing this evening, and the fact that you're on a neighborhood council Zoom call says a great deal about how much you care about your neighborhood and about our city. And look forward to working with you and being a resource in each and every way that we possibly can. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to the people who are working in the controller's office. We've got nearly 90% of them working remotely and doing an amazing, amazing job, creating all sorts of absolutely vital information. They are in many ways, the fiscal first responders of our city. And I'm very fortunate to be able to work with such professionals. And with that, I'm happy to open it up for questions and to, again, thank you so much.
So for everybody, if you could, let me do the little lecture on Zoom, just in case it's your first or second time. If you're looking at Zoom on the computer, you have a black border on your screen. If you take your cursor down to the bottom, click on participants, and you'll not only bring up a little box that has the names of all the participants, but at the bottom of that box, you will see a little message, a little box that says raise hands. And I see Dolores has already raised her hand, but I have a question first. So UNNC
Please.
index score, the average between all of those components is a 5. Is the 1 to 10 meaning the whole of LA, or is there any place in LA that is, well, first of all, is 10 best or 1 best, but is there any place in LA that's the best? Is every area not perfect, and how does 5 measure up compared to other parts of LA?
Good question. Well, first of all, I will concede to you that we seek for this to be very objective, but there's inevitably going to be some subjectivity to all of this, because you can ask, well, why include one factor and not another factor, or how do you weigh these various factors? So there can always be some kind of conversation. But the purpose of this was to really give as much of a picture of each of our communities as possible, and to also really hopefully create some goals for our communities in terms of seeing numbers go up. There is no neighborhood in LA that got a 0. There is no neighborhood that got a 10. Even Bel Air didn't get a 10. But they came closer, needless to say, than some other neighborhoods, let's say, such as the Westlake District, which has so many more challenges. 5 is kind of like somewhere in the middle, but I aspire for our neighborhoods to have higher numbers than that, quite frankly. And when you look at the level of people's poverty, education, the number of people who have a chance to own versus rent, the number of people who have a tremendous rent burden, it tells us that we have a lot of work to do. So this is a jumping off point. It's not, you don't have to buy into the exact grade, but it's meant to be at least an indicator of where a neighborhood stands.
Okay. So right now I have 3 questions. Dolores had her hand up first, then Janie, then Chris. So Dolores.
Hi, Ron.
Hi.
I remember when you first threw your hat in the ring to run for city council, and then the next time around you ran for controller, and you've been doing a fabulous job.
Thank you.
Say. My question is, I remember when you did that report on the city-owned property. Has the city council done anything about that as far as as renovating those properties for housing for the homeless? Because I feel like the money that has come in that has been used for housing in LA has been going to the consultants and the developers, and it just makes me so angry.
Well, you put your finger on a lot of issues all at one time, and correctly so. So I'm gonna address a couple of the things that you said. First of all, we went in depth and we're auditing on an annual basis the Triple H projects. Now, Triple H is not the only source of funding for creating homeless housing, but it is the significant source for that. And what we found, interestingly enough, is you would have expected, for example, that the real estate costs would be the biggest component of many of these development, of the land costs. In fact, we found that that was not necessarily true, but that 30, in some cases up to 40% was on so-called soft costs. That means not labor, not materials, not construction, not land, but it means consultants and lawyers and advisors and lobbyists and all of that great stuff. And I'm really glad that they're all getting employment, but not at the cost of inflating the amount of time and the cost that is involved in creating desperately needed housing for those who are experiencing homelessness. So you are absolutely right about that. And we will continue, by the way, to monitor that. And to look at other funding sources. We also, by the way, created a dashboard looking at every one of the essentially federal dollars that are coming in that are to be spent on all sorts of COVID-related things, including, by the way, Project Room Key and others, to see exactly who that's gone to and what results we are achieving. Look, in the interim, I think that we would do well to spend some of this money on things that can be adaptably reused more quickly. We have a tremendous vacancy rate in hotels and motels. Over the long term, it's not a great way to house the homeless, but over the shorter term, it's not a bad way to get people off the street and into at least a somewhat better situation so that they can then move to the next stage. We've talked a lot about making it easier to create ADUs, accessory dwelling units, and yet I still know too many people for whom it's a very expensive and lengthy approval process. And we've got to get rid of a lot of the debris of the bureaucracy so that these can be done much more quickly. Not that we can provide a home to absolutely everybody, and not that anybody expected it would be done overnight, but what we're getting for our money isn't nearly what it is that we should be getting.
Janie.
Hi, yeah, I was just wondering, given the way that you've been looking at HHH, I was wondering if you have an opinion or a take on the recent motions that were put forth to study how HHH is doing and possibly be able to hold people accountable who haven't moved at all. Did you think that those were worthwhile motions? And is question number one.
Absolutely. Well, these were motions. I think you are referring to the ones that was brought by Kevin DeLeon along with Nithya Raman. And as a matter of fact, we were very involved in the writing of those motions. It's sometimes we get very involved in that. Sometimes we'll stay out of it, depending upon whether we're welcomed into that process or not. But this is one that I had multiple conversations about. Our staffs were very involved with one another on this. What I believe and what I called for in my audits was that HCID, the Housing Community Investment Department, and the City Attorney's Office should be reporting back about what are the projects that are really kind of stuck. What are the ones that are truly the cost outliers? What are the ones that we're now predicting can take, many, many, many more years? And can we apply that money to other things more quickly? I've been disappointed, I'll be frank with you, about the response of HCID, the Housing and Community Investment Department, that says, oh, we're moving along and, these monies are committed. There's not much we can do about it. That to me is kind of BS, especially when you consider the fact that out of $1.2 billion, we have spent less than 200 million of that. There are many projects that we gave conditional funding to, but if the developer is not meeting the conditions, then we have a right to repurpose and reappropriate that money. And I believe that that is what we should do. So I was very pleased to see these motions. And I think it's time that we shut things up a bit.
Okay. So Chris, you're the last questioner.
I had one more quick question. Just
Yeah,
wondering, because your take on these motions is really helpful. I'm just wondering if you have a place where you regularly kind of give your opinion on emotions that are worthy of attention.
Well, I let me say this. I don't necessarily, send out my opinion on motions per se, but what I do is, each of our audits include a series of recommendations and a series of very specific ones saying, we recommend that the council do X, or we recommend that there be a report back by Department X of such and such and such and such. And we also keep track of these recommendations, and we keep track of which of these have been implemented, partially implemented, not implemented. And we also report on this both in our social media as well as an e-newsletter that I do. So if you want to sign up for that, very much welcome everybody to do so. We will put into the chat box exactly how you can sign up for our e-newsletters and B, ways in which you can sign up for various social media as well.
Okay. Now, Chris, you're the last questioner, because I know that Controller Galperin may have a second meeting, and we have our meeting that begins 6 minutes ago.
Yes, I have. I've actually got a second meeting at 7:30, and right in between, I am putting my 18-month-old twins to bed. They just got their bath.
Okay, so Chris.
First, I want to, like Doris, I've followed your career, and I think you've done a great service to the city by bringing data and really keeping accurate data that we can use as a basis to make informed decisions.
Thank you.
As your mapping compilations are fabulous. Wanted to ask, does it have the granularity that we can actually go down and actually look just neighborhood council by neighborhood council, or is that too fine for the averaging matrices and stuff?
It actually has the granularity where you can not only go to it neighborhood council by neighborhood council, but you can go to it census tract by census tract.
Okay.
So it's got even more granularity than that. And you can look at it in its map form, but we also make this data available and downloadable in its raw form. And there are many different organizations that will take it in its raw form and find other ways to express that data as well, which is exactly my intent in putting it out there.
And the mapping, have you mapped the ADU permits for the city?
We have not mapped the ADU permits for the city, although at some point I would very much like to do that. That would be I think that would be a great thing to do. And as a matter of fact, I will go back and see what it would take to do it.
All right, appreciate it, thanks.
It's a great idea, I love that.
Okay, all right, so thank you so much. And I think creating data seems like it's so easy for you and so hard for the rest of us.
No, the key is to make it look easy, but it's not easy, I can tell you.
Easy.
But we definitely appreciate you.
But I have an amazing staff of people, not a lot, very few, who work really hard, including a bunch of interns, and they do miracles with what they do. And thank you so much, Christina Ibarra, who's with our office for all that you do, who's on this call, and everything that you saw pop on your screen. She's been making sure that it pops up just at the right moment.
Right. Takes practice. So yes, thank you, Christina, because she also arranged this. And I really appreciate every time somebody from the city comes and meets with us. And actually next month, we will have Miss Maddox and Capri Maddox. So
she is wonderful. I can tell you that she's just the right person for the job that she's been put into. I have tremendous respect and admiration for her.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to need to start our meeting. You're going to need
All right.
to put
Thank
the
you
little
so
ones
much.
to bed.
Stay healthy, stay well, and I can't wait till actually we see each other in person.
Yes.
Thank you,
so much.
Ron.
Thank
you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. So we have a lot more people here now. So I'm going to reintroduce myself. I'm Laura Myers. I am the president of UNNC. And if you arrived after I announced that we're recording the meeting, I'm going to re-announce that we're recording our meeting because we are public. And we have quorum. Greg, do you think I need to call the roll, or are we good? Because I've been taking attendance as people have been entering. So what do you think? Greg?
No, we could move on.
Okay.
We have attendance.
Okay, so I'm going to share the screen with our agenda. And the first order of business after call to order, which I did, is the approval of the agenda. So I want to point out a few things on our agenda that are slightly changed. Well, number one, I made a big error and nobody caught it. I did not put committee reports on this agenda. I've only heard from one committee that wants to make a report, so I will suggest that you make that report under public comments and announcements, because I'm told it was just a report announcement. So take a minute there, please. And sorry, that's my fault. Next, under planning and zoning, item C, committee updates, follow up to previous cases, ENS and old business. We had a item on last month's agenda that we discussed but did not take an action on, and that was the proposed fees for all manner of planning department activities. In the last week, news happened, as it were, and we will be discussing that and potentially taking an action under item C, but I'm not adding it to the agenda because we can do so in the way the agenda is written. Another error I made, sorry, on item number 11 on the CIS committee, we have the correct, on the original agenda that you received, we have the correct council file number in the CIS, but I did not have the correct council file number in the description, but it is council file 21002-S30. So it always said that here. I'm going to highlight it for you right now so you can see what I'm talking about. It always had it correctly in the CIS. So, and last but not least, our secretary is unable to attend tonight, so the secretary's report will once again be tabled. So if I could have a motion to approve the agenda with those changes.
I move to approve the agenda
With those changes?
with those changes, sorry.
Yeah, and is there a second?
I'll
Anybody?
second it.
Thank
I'll
you.
second it.
All right, so we don't need to do a BAC on this, so this can be a voice vote or a raised hand vote. I'm going to stop the share because I can't see anybody's raised hand. So if you can raise your hand to say vote yes, I'm taking the ayes right now. Board members only, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Well, 8.
8, 9, 10, 11, well, Janie, I can't see you.
I think the motion is passing.
It's passed, yes.
Okay, so then the second item on the agenda is a meeting protocols reminder. So that's just very quick. Even though we're using the Zoom meeting format, which can be kind of loose, what we ask that you do so we can keep using this fully participatory format, please keep yourself muted unless you are speaking. You have the ability to mute and unmute yourselves. So please keep yourself muted so we don't end up with background noise. All of the board members, of course, have to sign a code of conduct, and we don't just sign it, we live it. So we're respectful for each other. We try not to talk over each other. So that would please be the same practice followed by all of our stakeholders who are here tonight. And we do not use the chat to chat with each other on a social basis or to make comments about the meeting. For the chat function, please limit it for you to something like, I'm trying to raise my hand, but it's not working. I have a comment to make. We also, in other words, not chatting about the meeting itself. We will also use the chat function to everyone for our motions so that when the meeting is over, the motions are recorded and downloaded. So I will be posting, and potentially Greg will be posting, and potentially John Arnold, who will be a co-host, will be posting motions into the chat. And that's it for meeting protocols, unless Greg, your hand is up. I don't know if that meant you had a protocol reminder.
Nope, I'll take it down.
Okay. And next, public comments and announcements. That is one minute per person on any item that is not on the agenda. And again, so sad, Raheem, that would include, if you don't mind, your communications committee report. And so if you're wanting to go first, that's fine with me. Or if you want to go last, that's fine with me. If Raheem is here.
I'll go last.
Okie dokie. So anybody else who has some public comments, please raise your hand. Lizzie. Lizzie.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Lizzie Moromisato. On behalf of the Elections Committee, I would like to remind our board members and interested neighbors and attendees to please consider running as a candidate in the UNNC elections. Election day is May 25th. The deadline to file for candidacy is around the corner, just around the corner, March the 9th. So in 5 days, the window closes, but please consider running, make a difference in your community, have a voice. Your voice counts. We have 12 seats available, and we hope you join our board, and your voice counts, su voz cuenta. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I thought I did. Hi, I'm Jesse. I'm with Neighborhood Housing Services of Los Angeles County. Just wanted to let everyone know we do have resources around housing. We're a nonprofit affordable home ownership provider and community developer. A lot of what Ron said, I think we have some help to help with the equality. We do financing for ADUs as well. And we can help with all types of different resources, from down payment assistance programs, home rehab programs, and that does include building an ADU. So we not only provide financing, but technical assistance to the homeowners to help them. Most of these programs are for low income to moderate income homeowners, and they do need to be owner occupied. And if you'd like more information about these programs, feel free to come to our website, nhslacounty.org. We have free workshops that you can attend. Thank you.
So Jesse, can you send that to me in the chat, and then I'll post it to everyone.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, Donna.
Hi, everybody. Just wanted to bring forth regarding Southeast Benny Potter Park. We have reached out the Quality of Life Committee for West Adams Avenues, and that includes Cordell and Carlos, to a vendor. And we have had an outreach with him. We've gone over the area in the annex and the houses, and we hope we'll have a really wonderful presentation to bring to the executive board at the end of the month.
Third Tuesday.
All right, third Tuesday. And just wanted to let you know that we have moved forward on getting changing the camera in the annex and getting a camera for the houses area, because it's been really scary. We're hoping we're not going to get into any trouble with them because of a lack of oversight. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Did anybody else have a public comment? Alita Arroyo.
Yes, good evening. My name is Elida Arroyo. I'm from Avalon Carver Community Center and just bringing our services to South LA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Raheem, you're going to be on the spot now.
All right, well, everybody be forewarned that you will hear lots of background noise. If this was at a later part of the meeting as I expected it to be, kids would be asleep, no such luck, but I just felt like it was important. The communications committee has been really busy pumping out a lot of content for the elections, upcoming elections, working closely with Lizzie and Laura. And so I just wanted to share some of the stuff we've been working on.
Do you need me to
share my screen?
Yeah, hang on a
Yeah,
second. Now I'm
please.
trying to find you to do that. Hang on. So sorry. There you are. Okay. Should be able to now.
Okay, here we go. Yep. So here we go. So just looking at our Facebook page, this is where we've been doing a lot of our posts. So we did something that I thought was pretty cool. We did a little series for at the end of Black History Month, highlighting some people who have run for office successfully. Famous Black politicians. We did a post for Maxine Waters. We did a post for Harold Washington, the first Black mayor of Chicago, and a post for Shirley Chisholm. And you see we got some decent results here. We reached 118 people. That was with a boost. Facebook has been really strict with their policies. They're not allowing, even after it's been publicly noted that they are supposed to be allowing political ads now, still actually not officially the case. So every time we've tried to boost anything that is even relatively political, Facebook will not allow us to actually put any dollars behind it. So a lot of this has just been organic reach, which has been a little difficult. But even still, I think we're getting some pretty good traction with these. And then I just want to also show a couple of other ads that we've created. Can you guys see that or no?
Yeah. A little.
Yeah. Is it small?
No, we can see it. Right.
Okay. So we've also created a series of ads for Instagram in English and in Spanish, thanks to Lizzie's translation efforts. I think these came out really, really great. Where the graphic designer that we contracted with, that we're working to get under contract with, I should say, has been really great in churning out some really cool designs, utilizing like these little characters and making the text very bold. And so I just wanted to share this with everybody, just some of the stuff we've been working on. We have a little less than a week before the deadline of March 9th for people to apply. So this last week, we're still going to be pumping stuff out on Facebook and Instagram and everywhere else. If anybody has any networks of people they can share stuff via email, happy to share any of these graphics for that purpose. Yeah, that's it. I just wanted to share some of the stuff we've been working on. So thank you. The end.
Did your kids say you're okay?
I'm sorry.
I said, it sounds like your kid said you're okay.
Maybe.
Okay. Is it Nancy has her hand up. Hi, Nancy. Go ahead.
Hi, Raheem. I just wanted to ask, what is our Instagram handle?
Instagram is UNNC_LA.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and so our Instagram account, we haven't had the chance to really promote that, so we have very few followers. So all the posts we've done for Instagram have been ad posts. So they're not necessarily posted on our account. We just use our Instagram account as a means to serve ads out to Instagram users.
All right. So I'm going to call for any other public comments. I think there are none, if that's right. And I'm sorry, I'm going to put my video on. I seem to have slipped it off. And okay, next order of business, Greg, board member training report. And you're muted.
Okie doke. So let me share some items with you. I don't want that one. Okay, so can everyone see this?
Yep.
Okay, so again, we're going through the printout, the website, and then just extracting what they have for our training report. So that's that data. We're sending out information to people to assist them with their training. I want to stress this document here that talks about the, well, let me move this. That talks about the requirement for everyone to do their, at least the code of conduct within the first 30 days. Those that need assistance with that, please let me know so that everyone can move through the training process. So I will send emails to you to remind you of that, but also call me or let me know if you need any assistance with that, okay? That's the training report.
Okay.
Any questions?
Seeing none. Do you see any?
Nope.
No hands up. Is there someone, oh, there's a hands up. Dolores?
Yes, whatever happened with the training manual that we use for new members?
Yeah. No, actually, Jeff Camp and I have it, and we looked at it, and it's well over about 200 pages and woefully out of date. So it's a project we haven't managed to get our arms around yet, sorry. So certainly we have to have it before a new, half again, a new board takes its seat on July 1st. And that's all I can say. We know of the issue. And Dolores, honestly, it became woefully out of date just in 3 years. So, okay. Any other public comment? So, yes, I'm looking for, is anybody here from Council District 10, just in case I'm not recognizing a name? All right, I don't see anyone here from Council District 10. So Gibson, you are here. We're moving on to item 6. reports from other government officials, city departments, agencies. Do we have a done Department of Neighborhood Empowerment report of any sort?
Madam President, thank you. I just wanted to touch base in regards to something that was sent out in the monthly profile, and I just wanted to reiterate it. In regards to, thus far, we've been able to connect with 70 community-based organizations because of how elections outreach is completely different this year. Thus far, we've been able to connect with 70 of them, and we have been trying to build a partnership in our outreach efforts. It's something, even though we are working on crunch time, we've definitely been able to reach out to as many organizations as possible. Also, we've been able to print out 300,000 election postcards in 4 languages that we distributed at vaccine centers. So all the locations that are providing vaccines, we have taken advantage of that, and we've made sure that neighborhood council flyers our neighborhood council postcards are on the vaccine centers. Also, thus far, Raquel and the department have had 41 election outreach sessions with neighborhood councils, and we are conducted 4 regional outreach sessions within 4 regions of the neighborhood council. The reason why I'm emphasizing that, I'm just kind of giving an update as to what actions the department is taking in regards to elections outreach. Also, Raquel, we're still finalizing with the vendor that we are hoping that will do digital outreach. That contract has been a great experience going through the city contracting business, especially because, right?
Are you saying it's no easier for you than us?
I'm just saying the city contracting system is a phenomenal system that works the way it works with its complexities. But yes, it's not easier for you, nor is it for us. So just wanted to highlight that. And I think with Raquel trying to push for that. Also, just want to mention about candidate info sessions. Hopefully folks had signed up for the previous ones that we had announced in regards to candidate information sessions. One thing that Raquel has mentioned is making sure that boards can start on July 1st. And so we are trying to emphasize candidate forums. After the elections, we are going to be emphasizing candidate trainings. As you mentioned, the neighborhood council sort of like as well as brought up by Ms. Spears earlier in regards to the documents for neighborhood councils. So we're trying to emphasize on neighborhood council training to make sure that folks are well equipped before they jump on board in the new fiscal cycle. So we are just working on that, but also in the monthly profile, this was also the draft for the department's board sitting policy. We just mentioned that the final version will be completed and circulated tomorrow. It is in as I mentioned, the monthly profile, but if you'd like to, I can send a copy to the board so everybody can just have one. But we are trying our due diligence to be as proactive as possible when it comes to this election cycle. So we just want to make sure that our boards are participating and figure out what the best way of being supportive is to this board.
Right. So Gibson, I saw in the profile page after page, my eyes kind of glazed over because I was preparing for this meeting.
Yes.
Elections, but I assume UNNC's board will be seated on Thursday, July 1, which happens for us to be our board meeting anyway.
That is perfect. Some neighborhood councils just are with the stars,
Yeah,
and UNNC is just one of them.
Because it is our meeting.
Exactly.
But I also saw in the profile, encouraging neighborhood councils to have a candidates forum, and we have tentatively scheduled a candidates forum, so everyone can hear this, for Thursday, April 29th, which is the fifth Thursday of April. So we're hoping that is not conflicting with anyone anywhere standing meeting, right?
Okay, I'll do my due diligence to make sure that I am available. So, because I know a lot of questions will come about, so I want to be there in that meeting to answer as many questions as possible.
Sure. So, but that'll be a candidates forum where people present themselves, right?
That'd be fantastic.
As you described, yeah.
Yes. And so candidate forums, I think with the board taking action and doing candidate forums, that is a phenomenal step, Madam President. And I think it's going to help a lot of new board members who will be coming on to the neighborhood council system. Because we've been noting, I think we are going to provide an update after the elections, but we've definitely noticed an increase in a new wave of neighborhood council board members participating in the NC system and folks actually knowing what the NC system is this time around. So hopefully we'll have the data to back it after the elections, but that's just something that of an observation we've been noting.
Okay. So does anybody have any questions for?
Ms. Spears, yeah.
Okay, Dolores, go ahead.
I don't have any questions for Gibson, but it's related to council stuff.
Okay.
I don't see a topic on the agenda where I can ask questions or get information regarding the fees that are being raised for the HPOZ.
Yeah, because yes, that's what I was trying to explain. Our agenda was sent out before anyone knew that the CAO had filed a secondary report. We're going to handle that under item 10, Planning and Zoning Committee C.
Okay.
Follow up and old business, because we had it on our agenda last month.
Okay.
And if I may just kind of add in, Madam President, on that. So because the agenda is a little different, if folks have any concerns, I would recommend just screen sharing that motion so folks know the full motion and discussion.
Yes, right. I will. I mean, when we get there, get there, we'll get there and we have the information.
Fantastic.
Okay. I mean, it's always an interesting situation when other departments in city government don't seem to follow the advance notice rules. So that's what's happened here. So we'll deal with it because luckily we have a discussion and action item that fits it. So, okay. All right. Anybody else have a question for Gibson or apparently me? No. So moving on to the next item, President's Report. We have on the agenda 7A, once again, appoint Vice President. I will say that Paula still considering it, however, she is home ill, but she wasn't certain that she wants the task. If anybody who is a current board member actually wants to be vice president and raises their hand tonight, I imagine we would say yes. Is there anybody in here who's a board member here in the Zoom room who would like to be vice president from now till July 1st? Don't hurry about raising those blue hands. No, I mean, okay. Seeing none, this item is tabled.
Can we nominate people?
Well, we had not. Oh, Lizzie's raising her hand.
I'm sorry.
But you're mute.
Yes, hi. I'm not interested in running, but last month, I believe Dorit nominated Nancy Cruz. Nancy, are you interested in running? Would you like to be our vice president?
Laura, is it something that I can perhaps split with Paula? Because I think my thing is just being available during the month for the various meetings.
Yeah, well, the tasks, I mean, the tasks can be split, but we can only have one vice president, obviously. One of the tasks is the person who sits on executive committee and must attend the, we're having trouble with quorum. So it's somebody who sits on the executive committee. And the other tasks are the, helping moderate, maybe running some of the Zoom meetings. I mean, in other words, the other things anyone can step up to do, frankly, but, and taking attendance. But now that we're doing the Zoom, when we call the roll, we have the attendance. So the vice president hasn't really been having to do that. So I think the task can be split, but one person has to agree to sit on executive committee, meaning third Tuesday of each month.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can sit on the executive committee. I just don't know that I can attend to all of the meetings.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, so this now becomes up to the board. if Nancy can attend executive committees as vice president and maybe ease into a few other tasks, but definitely that, do we want to nominate Nancy to be vice president? Dorit's hand is up.
Yes, yes, I think Nancy would do a fabulous job of being our vice president, and more offices later, you know, with our next election. We can't expect anyone to be able to come to every single meeting, but I'm sure she could make a few of them, and we'll find other people who can do others. So Nancy, please consider it.
Okay. That
And
works.
an okay. Oh, Greg has his hand up, but I heard an okay. It was sort of quiet.
Oh, I'm outside and I have my mask on. That's why.
Okay, Greg, your hand is up.
I want to know, well, I would like to nominate Cordell and find out if he's interested in running for the position. Serving in the position for a few months. So that,
Sorry, I had to take my puppy outside so she could do her business.
I understood.
But I appreciate it. I'm flattered, but I will have to respectfully decline.
Okay,
Got a lot on my plate right now.
okay.
You know, I'm actually glad to hear that so many of us have a lot on our plates. And I mean that seriously, because I think it means that, thank goodness, we're working. So, okay, so I'm circling back to Nancy.
Okay.
Was that a yes? You would do vice president?
Yes, I'll do it.
Okay. So wait. So we need a nomination and a second, and then
I'll nominate her. This is Dorit. I'll nominate Nancy.
I second.
okay. And Greg, this becomes the first place seat.
I'm on it.
Okay. So
Who nominated?
Nancy Cruz.
No,
Okay,
who
this is
nominated?
item 7A.
And who seconded?
Lizzie.
Lizzie.
Okay. Okay.
And are you going to call the roll, or should I call and you
You can
write?
call the roll and I'll just record.
I'm sorry, I'll call the roll?
You call and I'll just record.
Perfect. And I'm calling even, and can I confirm from the report that Hunter and Jasmine are still ineligible or no?
They're ineligible.
Okay, Hunter,
Yep,
you know the drill, say ineligible.
ineligible.
Okay.
That's right.
We can
Yeah,
skip that.
Dorit,
Yes.
Jasmine,
I guess ineligible. Greg, I completed my code of conduct training today, so am I able to vote on regular items? I know I can't do budget and funding yet.
Yes, if you have your code of conduct, please send it to me, but go ahead and vote.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll send that to you now.
Thank you so much.
okay, John,
Yes.
Gabby is absent, Tori,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Carlos is currently absent on his way. Laura, yes. Hugo,
Yes.
Paula is absent. Raheem,
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Marielle,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Chris.
She's absent. She dropped out. Internet issues.
Oh, okay. Greg,
Yes,
Nancy,
you can vote for yourself, Nancy.
I'll abstain.
Okay, all right.
and Janie,
Yes.
and Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Nancy abstained. And Lizzie and Janie. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 yeses, one abstaining, and people that are absent, one ineligible, and absents are 1, 2, 3, 4 absents. Motion passed. And so this is for the balance of the year.
Exactly, because we, on July 1 at that board meeting, we have officer elections again.
Okay, so till May 31st.
No,
2020.
June 30th.
June 30th. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. While the president has been extremely busy this last couple of weeks, she has nothing further to report because her brain is dead.
Okay.
And therefore, we're moving on to treasurer's report.
Okay, sweet.
And not quite on time, but real close.
Okay. So let me see, what do I want to share with you, good people, tonight? Okay, I'm gonna come out of that. Go into budget items, MERS, and share. Okay, the first order of business would be approving the January 2021 monthly expenditure report. As you can see, for the month of January, we spent $761. We have an outstanding bill that's being processed as of January, $318. At that time, we had a balance of over $40,000. Then we can come down and see how the money was spent. Mostly it was related to Facebook. As we can see here, our boost that Raheem and Gabby are diligently working on, putting the word out about different events, the election, etc. For our web page, for our website. And so that's, and then this is just the detailed information of that. So I make a motion. Are there any questions about the monthly expenditure report? Having none, I make a motion. Yes,
Oh,
Nancy.
wait. I see a hand
Nancy.
up.
Yes, Nancy.
I just had a general question. How much money do we have left that we need to spend by July?
I'm gonna get to that part next.
Okay, great.
That's the next part, because that's the big part.
Right.
Yes, that's the big part. Yes. So yes, that is an issue. Okay, so I'll make the motion again for approval of the January monthly expenditure report.
Second.
Thank you. We have a proper second by Hugh. Okay. Madam President, you wish to call the roll again?
Okay, I can do that. Sorry, I was
It's okay.
fascinated with an email.
Don't do it.
Hunter. Everybody unmute yourself so you're ready when I call. Hunter. Thank you. Dorit.
Yes.
Jasmine.
Ineligible.
Okay. John.
Yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Carlos is still absent. Laura's a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Paula is absent. Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Chris has not been
He's
able to
absent.
return, absent. Greg,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Janie. Is Janie with us? Okay, we'll call Janie absent for this vote, and Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, the motion passes. We have 15 yeses, no nos, no abstaining, no individual abstaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals absent, and two ineligible. The motion passed. Okay. Merge for January. Okay, that's set aside. Okay, so the next issue, as Nancy's question was being presented to us, the next question is that we are really good savers, and so we should be really proud of the fact that we're saving money, except for the money that we have is not for saving, it's for spending in our community and serving our community. The way that we are moving right now, the amount of money that we will spend for the balance of the year is, and this, it will vary a little bit, but we will probably spend about another $12,000 for all the things that we are required to spend. That is including the services of the photographer and graphic designer for the web page and things like that. So all of our regular operational funds, they're earmarked, but we have approximately $28,000 that we need to spend. We are encouraging people to come to us with different community projects. We know that so that we can use these funds for our community.
Greg?
Yes.
I've had my eye on a really cute little sedan.
You will go to jail by yourself, and I will come and visit you every once in a while. Okay.
Greg, I do
Yes,
have my
ma'am.
hand up.
Yes, ma'am.
So a couple of things. We'll need to do, and we'll have to do a standalone e-blast, a call for potential projects for executive committee this month.
Right.
And I will say, I know that we already heard tonight that there's going to be a proposal to help out on the cameras in the park. And you may, I think we discussed this, not at board, but I think it was discussed at a committee meeting. The Garden School Foundation is considering doing a proposal to us because, they're doing the feeding of people out of 24th Street Elementary.
Okay.
So, so we have it, but what we need to do to make it an even playing field is just do a call for projects. Is the number that you just gave us inclusive or exclusive of the items we have on tonight's agenda?
It is inclusive. Excuse me, what
I mean is the money we also have to spend, did it subtract the items from tonight, which we haven't yet voted on?
No.
Okay,
it hadn't.
so the 28 might be
About
smaller
28K.
by the end of this evening.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
All
correct.
right. So we'll do, offline from this, we can figure out the language. I see Raheem has his hand up, but
Yes.
but these would be not to add more money into Raheem's pocket. No, actually, maybe we do need to do more. So Raheem, you have your hand up.
Two quick things. First, just want to say to Dolores, your photo brings me so much joy. I hope you stick around for the entire meeting. Greg, on the budget, when you say that the money for the photographer and the graphic designer is accounted for, I assume it's just
earmarked.
It's not the full.
It's earmarked.
It's earmarked, it's set aside, and I'm counting it in money that we will spend.
But is it the full, it's not the full 3,000 because it's
Yeah.
only, it's like the prorated amount of whatever 3,000 is?
No, no, when I say earmark, whatever you ask for, that
Yeah.
whole amount is set aside. Even though I know you're not going to, even though I don't think you're going to spend it all before the end of the year, when, for planning purposes, the total amount has been earmarked for your, for that
Right,
project.
but I guess my question is, will the amount that we don't use definitely get rolled over? Because I know we can only roll
No,
over.
we don't know that. We
Yes,
don't. Okay, so if you don't spend that money, then we need to decide what we are going to do with it. And then for the next year's budget, you need to request a new budget for the next year.
Okay, but we can try. Okay, I get it. I got it. I
Yeah.
got it in my mind. Thank you.
Right. All right, sweet. Yes.
Right.
Yes, Madam
Well,
President.
I'm hoping that in April, we will learn what the mayor at least is thinking about giving to neighborhood councils for next year. I mean, in the time of a fiscal crisis, I don't know if we'll be offered the opportunity to encumber money a second time. That was an unusual thing last June, where we could vote to keep money encumbered for specific projects. They've never done that before. They have passed something that's in now the municipal code, allowing neighborhood councils to roll over up to 10,000. But, you know, there's a philosophy that would also say, you know, you should be spending the money, not rolling it over year to year. So, so I think, Raheem, the answer in part will be, are we able to pre-spend the money if we learn that next year's budget will be $15,000, for example? You know, then we have to figure out a way to pre-spend if we can legitimately do that for these, you know, so this is a little bit of a dance, but it's clear that we have money that we should be spending on community improvement projects. And we'll do a call for, request for proposals for executive committee in March. And we really have till May, but the reason I'm saying the March executive committee and then April board meeting is any that blow up, we still need to then vote again in May to spend it again. I mean, you know, in other words, we want to not be giving money back, and we want to spend on good causes here in our community. So that's my thoughts.
Okay. All right. So may I move on to the next item?
Please.
Okay. So the next item is we will have a quick presentation from one of the things that we funded, and that is the MLK Day. And Dr. Bailey, I will show you. Do you want me to show some of the pictures, or do you want me to show the YouTube video, or how would you like to proceed? You're muted.
All right, sorry. You may show the YouTube video and the pictures, but first I'd like to say good evening and thank you to all of you for your support of the Dr. Martin Luther King Day of Service. It was an excellent event. It went very well. We were able to distribute 1,000 boxes of food to the greater Los Angeles area, and we administered over 200 COVID tests, and we also had testing for HIV/AIDS as well. So the event was very well attended. We had nearly 100 volunteers that day. We had about 75 to be exact, volunteers from people around the community. And we're definitely looking forward to doing it again next year. We don't know what's going to happen in terms of COVID. As I mentioned in my initial presentation, we were making adjustments, structural adjustments to the event because of COVID. And rather than cancel the event altogether, we thought we would step up to the need, to the call, and provide assistance to community residents who were in need in several ways. So we knew that we needed to have more testing in this area. So we were able to provide that. And we know that given the financial situation that people are facing with the pandemic, we knew that there are many people who were in need of food. So that was what we focused on. Now, I did find out after the fact, Greg did let me know, we were able to, as you suggested, we were able to find some support for the COVID testing. So we ended up partnering with the Los Angeles Fire Department, City Fire Department. And so we were able to reallocate the funds to the food, to purchase additional boxes of food. And so that was where the money was actually utilized versus the COVID testing, because we no longer had to cover the cost of that. But other than that, everything went very well. As you can see, we had quite a few people out there passing out food throughout the day. And everybody had a great time. And even though it was hard work, which many of them mentioned, some people even said they didn't sweat this much on their own jobs. They all said thank you and wanted to return. So this could not have been done without your support. And I hope that we can continue to collaborate in years to come.
Sorry, let me.
So Greg, do you want to have question answer on this, or?
Sure, sure.
Okay.
Let
Well,
me.
if anyone has any question.
Okay.
And Nancy does.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Bailey. Thank you so much for putting on this event. So my question is more around just COVID vaccines, and if you're working with any community groups on that, because I know there's also a large need in our communities for that, for access to those vaccines for various reasons.
Yes, and I'm glad you asked that question, because I am in conversation now with one organization that wants to provide mobile vaccinations in this area. So they're prepared to vaccinate 250 people per day. So I am working with Community Build, in conversations with Community Build to set up vaccinations in this area. And the vaccination, it would be Pfizer, in case you're interested in knowing.
Great.
Yes, Laura.
Well, just to follow up, would that be in, for example, senior housing projects or in board and cares, or is it a pop-up? Would it be a pop-up where people have to come to you?
It would be a pop-up where people would come to us, and the way we're discussing having it done, Community Build distributes food once a month. And so what the idea is to schedule the vaccinations on the same day as the food distribution, so people can get food as well as be vaccinated if they want to be.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
All right.
Raheem has a question.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably obvious, Dr. Bailey, but if there's any way that we could help with that or partner with you, you know, let's do it.
Okay, thank you very much. I will definitely keep that in mind.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Bailey. Appreciate your
You're
time.
welcome.
Appreciate
You're
your service.
welcome.
Okay.
And good evening. Thank you again.
Okay.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
Cassandra.
You're welcome, Tori.
Are you two related or what?
We might as well be.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Lizzie has her hand up. Are you copying, Lizzie, or are you raising your hand? Was that a clap?
I was just applauding.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay.
Thank you again. Have a good evening.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is we were I don't want to say it like that. We had to move our items out of our items out of storage out of our CD10 building. And we place those items first at the House of Jackson, and some of them in Chris's garage, but then the House of Jackson needed that space. So we moved those items to a public storage space, right? And so we have a public storage space down on Washington where our cups and banners and spoons and flags and all those items are stored. It is a 6x5 space. It is costing us about $130 initially, and then we had to pay another $45 for this starting month. That would be under our line item. We have a line item for this item, okay? It would be under facility related to space rental, FAC, okay? We don't have any money on that line, but so I'm going to make a motion that we authorize funds for the storage space. Does anyone have any questions so far about this topic? Okay. And
I see no hands. Do you see any hands?
Well, I'm looking at this. I'm just trying to see if I should show you.
I see no raised hands.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
So is the idea you'd like to authorize funds just indefinitely or for a specific amount of time or for?
Well, my concern is that there has been discussion of we might be able to put some of our items in the senior housing, or we might be able to put our items in the firehouse. But the immediate need was to find some place to put it. So I'm only proposing for funding for the balance of the year. And then at the end of the year, we need to look at if we want to keep that permanent storage. I would hope that we would not, because that's about $100 a month for storage.
And so my one follow-up question, so the items that are in the storage, like prior to the pandemic, how often were we accessing those items? I don't know, Lizzie, I don't know if you're already on as outreach chair, were those items that we were like constantly going and getting and using and distributing, or?
I would say no.
Oh, wait, where's the computer and the projector, for example? That's not in storage, or is it?
Oh, the computer and projector are still in the House
Right.
of Jackson.
Right. So Raheem, we still also apparently have stuff in the firehouse. We haven't had access to the firehouse for a couple of years. And I've heard they had a leaking roof. So I don't know if we do or don't actually have stuff there, but we always have to have a place for our quote stuff. And what seems to be true is that we will not be able to put, we had our storage, our key storage was at the CD10 office, and that does not appear that we'll get that back. So it includes all the plates and napkins that we use, again, when we have our meals. When we meet in person, it includes all of the water bottles and, stuff like that. So this isn't necessarily a very short-term nor a long-term solution. This is a medium-term solution. And Greg, when you say the end of the year, you mean fiscal year? Because I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to resolve this by,
Yeah. But my concern was that what I had to do was to say, I'm going to leave the stuff on my back porch first it was in the shed, but then I had to put stuff in the shed. Then I could have placed a tarp over it, but I'm pretty sure it still would have been damaged. So this is I see it as a temporary action that was taken to preserve our items. And then hopefully between March and May or June, we could find a more permanent situation, or we just say we'll keep this storage place.
Okay, so Marielle and then Dorit have their hands up.
So is it really just meeting stuff?
No, it's
No,
the outreach. It's the bags. It's our outreach materials as well.
Okay,
Everything that
because I
was
was
in
gonna
the-
say, we
everything
could
that was
just
in the
donate. Okay, because I was saying, I mean, we don't need to keep the plates and waters. We can just donate those, right, to a homeless organization or, the outreach or something like that. But the outreach stuff, I guess, is the
No,
problem.
it has all of the big standing marketing
I'm sorry,
materials.
Got it. I misunderstood. I think I just wanted to clarify that. What do other neighborhood councils do? Does anyone have a sense?
They rent storage, or they
do.
have
Okay.
offices. They may rent entire offices.
Okay.
And then
So this is an aside. Does anyone know what's going to happen to the CD10 office?
there's a motion, I don't know where it's going to go, to make it into a center for the various homeless agencies and social services.
Okay.
So to make it centralize that, which doesn't necessarily mean we can't have our own office there. It's just that it's so premature. Right now, nobody's there, and we had been just keeping our stuff there because there was nobody there. And now the general services gave us, we had about 45-minute notice, literally 45 minutes to remove our stuff. And Greg was great. He just jumped in his truck and went over there, but he can't be expected to keep it in his house.
No, thanks, Greg. I just wanted to
You're welcome.
clarify. I wasn't altogether certain of kind of the bulk of what we had.
Right.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
Sure.
Okay, Dorit?
I honestly think we should just approve this motion and just,
yeah,
to the end of the
Okay.
year, we could figure it out. Yes, it is $100 a month. That is a lot, but you know what? It's better than losing everything. And that water isn't going to stay fresh.
No.
So why don't we just give the water to the homeless committee and let the homeless committee distribute it? Or donate it to one of the senior housing buildings in the neighborhood.
Greg's
And
comments
back,
out.
back to Marielle's question, the city council indeed passed the motion to have the former CD10 office turned into a hub for LAHSA outreach workers, so they could do outreach starting at that spot and going out around the community.
So Dorit, since you know those folks, do you think there would be any feasibility for us to get a closet-sized storage space back in that space?
Don't know, but I'll definitely ask when they put somebody in there. But right now I say, let's get rid of that water and donate it to somebody because it's not going to stay fresh.
Oh.
Okay.
And Dorit has called the question, I think.
We still have a hand up. Marielle, your hand is still up?
Oh, there she goes.
Okay. No.
Sorry.
Marielle? Okay.
No, I'm
Okay,
doing
so-
this on my
okay.
phone. I don't have internet, so
I've
kind of
taken
like,
it down.
Okay. All right. So the motion will be that we authorize $400 for storage to be used for the balance of the year.
You need only 400 or you need 500? March, April, May, June.
Yeah, I did.
And you already did 500.
Oh yeah, I already did a month. So make it 5. Make it 5.
500.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Hugh seconds. So Greg moves and.
I shouldn't make the motion because
All right, you're right.
I'm involved with it.
Laura moves and Hugh seconds.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's do this.
Okay, everybody unmute yourself. Are we gonna call that 8B budget update?
Yeah, it'll be from Treasury.
Okay. All right. Hunter,
Ineligible.
Dorit,
Yes.
Jasmine,
Ineligible.
John,
Yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Carlos is still absent, right?
Yes.
Okay, so absent. Laura's a yes. Hugo,
Yes.
Paula is absent. Raheem,
Yep.
okay. Isaac is still absent. Marielle,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Chris is absent. Greg,
Yes.
oh, are you voting or are you abstaining?
I think we should be able to vote for stuff.
Okay, you're voting
So I
yes.
voted yes.
That's
I
fine.
voted yes.
And where are we? Nancy,
Yes.
Janie,
Yes.
and Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 15 yes, no nos. I need to check the absence. I have 4 absence, but I'll check that. And 2 ineligible, the motion passed. And I'm gonna make that C from the treasury report, item C of the treasury report, because we talked about 2 other items before that. Let me see, I think that's it on my agenda items.
Okay, so
Yeah.
why don't we, let me just ask you
Thank
this,
you.
Greg. Will we be needing to realign our budget? Can we realign our budget after the fact, meaning April meeting? If we are ending up doing more outreach, you know, in other words, I think we're,
Yeah, we
yeah,
realign
so,
our
but
budget
can
all
we
the time.
wait till April so we don't need to revisit the treasurer's report? Meaning the reason I usually bury you at the end is not because I don't like you so much as because we sometimes have to realign the budget. So do we want to,
Right.
so do we need to do that tonight? Meaning, do we need to bring the
No.
treasurer's report up again or are we done?
We are done. We're done. Short version, we're done. And then what I can do based upon whatever else we do tonight,
Mhm.
I will bring in the next meeting. I would say, this is what the new projects are going to cost, and this is what we have left.
And this is we need to move the categories. It's that realignment of categories if we need to, which we may not. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So just to give everybody a time heads up, it's 8:16 and we were supposed to complete the next agenda item, committees, mission and goal statements at 8:15. So let's see if we can do a little catch up on these committees because they've worked hard. I don't want to short shrift anybody, but we're just about 25 minutes behind, which is so much better than usual that it's okay. So the next item on the agenda is the committees, plural, mission and goals statements. Each UNNC committee has prepared a proposed mission and goal statement, and our process is that UNNC governing board would approve the mission and goal statement. So so we have not all of them, we have some of them. Dorit was the first one to turn hers in. So Dorit, do you want me to share the screen and have you go first for recreation and parks? Would that be okay?
Knock yourself out.
Or I was gonna say, no, do you want to go first? I mean, John and I can go first for planning and zoning. It's just up to you. What?
Sure, Greg and I will go first.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You're going first.
So that means all I have to do is find it because I have all of them open on my computer, which is just wonderful. But where is yours? Oh.
Search.
Well, I mean, it's up in the, I mean, you could also do it.
Community mission statements, and which one? Which one are we
Recreation
doing?
and park, but I've got it.
Got
I've
it. Okay.
Could we just ask, has all the board members had a chance to read it? And is there any questions?
No, everyone has not read it.
Okay, no, everyone's not read it? Okay.
No. Are you sharing the screen or you want me to share?
I'm trying to share.
I got it. I have it.
You have
I'll
it, so
share.
you can share.
Yes,
That's so much
share.
better. Okey doke.
I will share. Sharing is caring. Okay, let me make it bigger. There we go. And let me go to the top. Okay, Recs and Parks Committee mission and goals. Cliff Note version. We're going to represent all the parks inside of our footprint with walking distance of UNNC boundaries, and we will serve as advocates for park access for all community members. We know that our area is lacking in green space, but we want to increase that. We want to represent our parks in the UNC boundaries, and we will advocate for the opening of more parks to all community members. To do this, we will serve as advocates to our current 4 parks and 2 historical buildings. We will work to preserve and cherish the parks that we already have. We will advocate for pocket parks, pop-up parks, distribute green spaces evenly in the community, and then we want to work for safe and clean parks and rec centers. We have some goals, short-term goals that we will work on, particularly making sure that the parks are adequately staffed and in good repair. And then we have some long-term goals where we will work on incorporating libraries into this committee. We will serve as an advocate for the old Washington Urban Library for the proper use, reutilization of that facility, increase activities of all parks in our community, and then we will work towards establishing community gardens. That is the Cliff Note version overview of the mission, vision, goals of the recs and parks. Are there any questions? Having none, I will stop sharing. Madam Dorit?
Well, I don't see anybody's hands.
So I think we're good.
So I'm ready to have Madam President, are we going to vote on each individually, or are we going to vote all together as all the committees? I'm guessing individually, right?
I think we
Still
need
got one.
I think we, okay, we don't need BACs on this, Greg.
But we still can vote them at once.
Yeah, well, you're saying vote once, but that's fine. I mean, I don't care, but I don't think we need a BAC either way.
Right.
So.
All right, so.
I'm just thinking of time. It's just, if we, I'm sure no one's going to object to any of the mission and visions that other people are working on.
Right.
And so if we just, it'd be a time saver. Raheem.
Okay, Raheem has his hand up.
Is there something in our bylaws that even says that the entire board needs to vote on an individual committee's missions and goals?
Yeah, there's something in our
I'm coming back to the whole idea of like autonomy, and like I think it's great what Dorit and Greg put together, and like I think that if that's their mission and goals, that should just be it. I don't know why the board I need to vote on what
because we established the standing committees, and to be standing committees that are legislative bodies, we do have to, if we're updating the mission, because again, each one already had a little bit of a thing. So it's just what UNNC has always done. So I mean, I don't feel like I want to go through the bylaws and the standing rules right this second to figure out, oh, here's the nuance, but it's just what we have always done. We've adopted it. And some of these are new descriptions.
Okay, all right.
So, and now Dorit has her hand up. So I'm
I'm gonna
trying
have
to
two.
just.
Could we just say, if anyone has any objections, and then if anyone has objections, we assume it's been approved, we go to the next one, we go through all of them.
Right.
And just make this a whole lot quicker.
I'd love to do it that way.
So let's do it that way, unless anyone
Okay.
has objections.
Yeah, right.
My only thing is that I see this more as a ratification, acknowledging
Right.
that we heard it. So at the end, once we heard them all, as Dorit and Raheem said, we said, okay, we heard them and we ratified them. We're not really modifying them.
Okay, well, you're gonna hear me a little often now because we're missing some of our chairs tonight, but I'm gonna start.
Okay.
I mean, Chris got jumped off, but I'm gonna do the Planning and Zoning Committee one right now, and John can jump in, but the Planning and Zoning Committee updated the existing mission statement. So here it is. The Planning and Zoning Committee works on development proposals, planning department rules and regulations, code enforcement, and long-range planning. The committee serves as a liaison between and on behalf of our stakeholders to city departments and elected officials on land use issues, facilitating our stakeholders' ability to voice their opinions and concerns about land use issues. Well, that's bad language, but that's what we voted on. The committee addresses every planning and zoning matter which affects UNNC in a manner that best represents the concerns and interests of our stakeholders. And then we also, we do these following items. We build consensus between proponents for change and community members with an eye toward balancing their respective interests. The committee handles historic preservation issues. The committee also reviews potential historic cultural monument nominations and or advanced summaries and may make a recommendation to support the designation of a property within UNNC's footprint. The committee provides ongoing land use training to our stakeholders and to the governing board. The committee engages in evaluation of and advocacy for housing, especially affordable housing. Committee works with the planning department and other city officials regarding implementation, concerns and issues of new planning tools, overlays, and regulations. And I don't want to say last, but, and in addition, we review proposals that affect the public realm. So that was our effort. So John, comments at all?
Nope, I think we summed it up.
Okay, I'm gonna, okay with y'all stopping the share. And are there any questions on that one? Okay, Lizzie, you wanted to defer yours, is that right? Oh, you're muted, you're muted.
Sorry, mine is a draft, but I can share. It's almost done. We just needed to vote for on our next meeting.
All right, so this is a draft that the committee hasn't finalized from outreach. So can everybody see that? And okay, Lizzie, do you want me to read it or are you gonna read it?
Is this the one?
That's the one you sent me.
draft?
That's the one yes, you sent this one to me today here, draft number 2.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sorry.
Yes. So for our mission statement, our mission is to empower our stakeholders and the community at large by facilitating information and access to city services, issues, and events within the UNNC footprint, keeping them engaged and included, and encouraging their involvement. Our vision. For the long term, it is to have an ongoing promotion and visibility of the UNNC and city services among all stakeholders. Also, to establish solid relationships with various groups in the community, such as neighborhood associations, block clubs, nonprofit organizations, businesses, etc. Lastly, to identify stakeholder diversity and their needs, such as being a homeowner, a renter, a business owner, someone who works here, or hold some type of investment in the community. And we need to include here our unhoused community and also our formerly incarcerated and who are in transition to reintegrate themselves to our community. So that would be something that we would need to add in there. Goals. We promote awareness of the UNNC via distribution of promotional materials, canvassing, and social media. We establish a general schedule of outreach events. It could be created by us or attended by the neighborhood council at the beginning of each fiscal year. So alongside when we are figuring out our budget distribution, we determine at the beginning of the year which events we always attend, such as Fire Service Day or the Jazz Festival and such. And then we coordinate the participation and promotion of the UNNC in community events and activities in collaboration with other UNNC standing committees. So outreach, just by default, we are collaborating with so many committees throughout the year. We distribute promotional and informational materials with transparency and reducing carbon footprint as much as possible. And that's it for us. Any questions?
So I'm stopping the share. And again, does anyone have any questions about the outreach committee's mission, vision, and goals? Okay. So I see no hands raised. So I'm going to find another one. The environmental committee, you all met Dan Cagle last month, and he said, I like things to be brief. So they haven't done a goal statement, but here's the environmental committee's mission statement. And unless Elizabeth is still on the call, I'm not sure. The mission statement is to help UNNC stakeholders fight the causes and effects of pollution and climate change, and thereby make our neighborhoods cleaner, healthier, and better places to live. So that's the mission statement. And there's the note that, if you all recall, we voted 2 years ago to create this committee, which incorporated three other subcommittees that were already in place: trees, sustainability, and climate awareness. So I'm going to unshare the screen. And my personal comment is I would like that committee to come back with a list of goals and not, or strategies, and not just a single mission, but they're working hard, so I shouldn't be upset with that. We also have very, very draft, and Hugo, I know you're still here. I did just go ahead and edit the chat myself, all the notes we took at the Economic Development Committee. So Hugo, I don't know if you want me to read this out loud. Hugo?
Just the mission statement?
Yeah, from this is what we worked on Tuesday night.
Right.
This is very drafty. This, I don't think you guys need to adopt this tonight. I just wanted to bring forward what, this committee just met for the first time on Tuesday night. So I have it up on the screen. Do you want me to go through it?
Yeah, how many pages is it? Looks like it's 2 pages.
One long page.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just go through it very quickly, very, very, very quickly.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
This is, again, for everyone, this is working from what was the mission and what they want, what they're gonna do as a mission. So the existing adopted by UNNC mission statement is very brief. From years ago, the Economic Development Committee interfaces with business stakeholders and handles beautification and improving our business corridors. The draft revision and addition to the mission statement is the committee's mission includes helping improve current businesses and to support them, and creating a neighborhood that is attractive to new businesses. The Economic Development Committee seeks to revitalize our commercial corridors by creating conditions that will promote and support existing businesses and in parallel attract new businesses to the greater West Adams district, specifically within the UNNC footprint. And our community wants to see well-maintained and successful businesses. It is a two-way street. So we can skip the next little thing. This is just, our bylaws themselves kind of address some of the same material. And then in terms of goals, very quickly, the main concern is around our small businesses. Maybe they're not getting good access to PPP loans, so we should research information about resources, business grants especially, and figure out how to communicate what we learn to our business owner stakeholders. A loftier goal might be to survey our local businesses so we can understand what they need, what needs they have, and how can UNC help them. A question, everyone on the committee thought we should highlight our small businesses on social media. Have to check with Don as to how far we can go on that. Maybe create a one-stop information portal or linking to an existing one, again, to help businesses gain access to more information. Then a couple of things about improving the beauty of the neighborhood, how to help remove graffiti, for example. A concern issued on the security roll-up doors. They're rolled up during the day when the city's crews that take away graffiti are at work, so you don't see it, and then they roll down at night and they get more and more graffiti. A large discussion on the Jefferson Park BID, Business Improvement District, and explore the possibility of recreating a new one or resuscitating that one to have a viable BID within UNNC or more than one. To that end, explore the possibility of partnering with the Olympic Park Neighborhood Council to improve Pico Boulevard's commercial status with a BID or something else. And similarly, explore whether the BLQ is the Byzantine Latino Quarter BID, could it expand its boundaries? Trash is a major concern. Many of our commercial streets literally look trashy. How is trash handled? Why are the local businesses at times using the public trash cans instead of their own, meaning the ones on the street? Who is responsible for emptying those public trash cans? And lastly, can UNNC galvanize various city departments? This one would not be included in a motion to approve. I'm stopping the share, and only because there's they want to do more work on it. So does anybody have questions or comments about that? The Economic Development Committee. I see no hands raised. Okay. Greg, are there any others that we posted? I'm losing track. Environmental outreach, economic development, planning and zoning, recreation and parks. Oh, Greg, are you here with us?
I'm here. I'm still here.
Okay.
So
how about communications? Did they?
I didn't post a communications, Raheem. I can't remember if you had one or not.
Yeah, we have one. I can share my screen.
Okay.
And Tori might have hers also.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Okay, so our mission is to keep stakeholders informed, promote participation, and increase the visibility of UNNC and its resources through various communication channels. Our goals are the following: to increase the number of residents and other stakeholders that participate in meetings and other outreach events, to increase the exposure of the UNNC throughout its footprint, and to engage board members in UNNC communication efforts.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions for Raheem? Okay, seeing none. And then Tori,
Go ahead.
Greg, Tori May has so I had emailed you a copy of what you had sent to me, but it seemed to be more of a I mean, there's a mission statement, but not a goals, and that's okay. I can go find it again. Hang on, because I would have it.
Yeah, that's been about 2 months ago.
I understand. Would I have it? Let me
And
look.
then there's also the CIS committee, right?
Oh, Janie. Janie gave me one. That's right. What did I do with it? All right. Now I'm being incompetent again. So sorry. Let me try and grab. Okay. While I'm doing this, so sorry. Because Janie did give me one, and Janie, I had sent it back to you, right? Saying it was perfect. Is Janie still here?
Yeah, I'm here. You did. You said it was perfect.
It was perfect. What did I do with it? I know you don't know.
If Janie has it, maybe she can display it.
Okay, I can. I'm trying to do two things at once. So let me see if I can. Fine. Let me get the homelessness liaison one up, and after I do that, there it is, and there. So we'll start there. Greg, can you do me a favor? Can you see that and read it while I look for the Janies?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. I
So
need to get
sorry.
real close and small. Homeless Liaison Committee deals with the issues and concerns of the unhoused population within the UNNC footprint. The official definition of homelessness in California criteria: people living in places not meant for human habitation, such as cars, parks, sidewalks, and abandoned buildings, people living in an emergency shelter, people living in transitional housing for homeless persons and who originally came from the streets or emergency shelters. As of 8/1/2020, there are, I guess that's 151,278 individuals in the state considered to fall under this category, period. The highest number since 2007 in California, according to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The top 4 causes, and it goes on. So you need to move your screen up.
Okay, so I'm stopping the share.
No, you need to move the screen up. So I
Okay,
can read
hang
the next
on,
page.
because I'm having.
Was the mission part.
Yeah, because I don't have control of that.
I know. Hang on. I'm trying to get back to.
I'm trying to move it with my mind, and it's not working.
Oy. Well, it's saying my screen sharing is paused, so that.
The later it gets, it's gonna be like,
I hate to say it. My screen sharing is paused. So the only thing I can do is
as I look at this, it's talking about it, but okay.
Yeah. I'll try it again. I'm just sorry. Okay. No, I was getting a notice. Your screen sharing is paused.
Right, gotcha.
Right, so here we go. Can you see it?
Not yet. Not yet. Okay. The top 4 causes: lack of affordable housing, unemployment, poverty, mental illness, and lack of resources. Chair Tori Bailey, standing meeting Thursday. So that was it. That was it for that.
Right. So we have a mission statement that's clear, and then the goals are not existent. But some of the committees didn't do goals; they just did the mission statement.
Right.
So I'm gonna just do this. That's the mission. The mission statement is right there.
Yeah. So she's still going to work on it.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
And thank you.
We could talk and we could work on it and all that good stuff. So let me know.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Okie dokie.
And here we go. One more. CIS committee. So can you see that?
I can see it.
Is it visible? I can't tell.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay,
Can you
so
make it bigger though?
I can. Well, yeah, because it's small type, so let's start
Well,
with
just-
just that.
just
Yeah, yeah,
do-
yeah. Let me just make that bigger, and then I can go to view and make it bigger.
Okay.
Can you see that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
The mission of the CIS committee is to facilitate the creation of community impact statements by the UNNC board members and community. We aim to demystify the process, assist in the, I guess that's editing because the arrow's over it, of CIS when needed, and host public meetings where the argument for or against a CIS can be openly discussed and readied for review by the UNC board.
Okay.
So that's a
Um,
mission statement.
Are there any questions? I can't see if anyone has their hands up.
There are no hands up.
Okay, I'm going to stop the share. So I want to say again, like I said last month, I am so grateful that so many committees are meeting and working so hard and getting focused. And so how do you want to do this? Do we want to do a motion to approve the completed committee mission statements and revisit the ones that are in draft form?
Well, I guess the question was like, Madam President, you said that our practice has been to approve them.
Well, remember that once approved, they are posted on our website. I forgot to say that the other day.
Yeah,
So
I just see this as just us acknowledging them and more just like ratifying them, just saying we acknowledge that we received them.
That's fine.
Because some of them still need some work and they'll work on them, but we just acknowledge we received them. But I don't know, do we need a actual motion for that or something to put in the record or?
You know what? We don't have to take an action. I mean, in other words, if we don't wish to take an actual action, because you know I'm okay. I don't know. We just always have in the past.
Okay, well, let's do it then. Get it over with.
Yeah, I mean, in other words, some of it is about giving the committee chairs the ability, if we've approved their mission and goals, and then they want to send an email to someone that's pertinent and say, as part of our committee mission, we blah, 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 then we don't have to keep coming to the board to ask permission to send that email.
Do you
So
want a BAC? Are we doing a BAC on this? Or just a voice focus?
oh, right. Well, given what I just said, probably we want a BAC. And it would be for which committee? So it would be, the motion would be to approve.
I would say ratify.
To ratify the mission statements from planning and zoning, the following committees: planning and zoning,
CIS,
recreation and parks, and
outreach.
Well, Lizzie, do you want us to approve it or you want your committee to approve it first?
Yeah, she needs to approve it first.
Right, so not outreach. So environmental committee, although it had no goals, it just had mission. Economic development committee is not ready. So it'd be planning and zoning, CIS, recreation and parks, communications.
Don't they need goals? Every committee needs goals. Because it's supposed to be a vision, mission, and goals.
So the only four that have completed the full task, I guess, would be planning and zoning, recreation and parks, CIS, and communications.
CIS just has, I I didn't see goals with CIs.
Okay. Okay. What would you like the motion to be?
Well, I'm just
Ratified?
trying to follow the
I know,
format.
I agree. Okay, ratify, here we go, because we do need to move on. Ratify the mission statements, visions, and goals of the following committees: Planning and Zoning, Recreation and Parks, and Communications Committees. That's the only three that had all of the components.
Right.
And Dorit has her hand up. What?
Why, I don't know, if a committee wanted to submit like environmental, I think theirs is fine. It's what they voted on. Let's let them have it. And we've
Right, no,
spent
I
way
think
too much
Greg-
time on this already.
Yeah, I know, Greg. I think Greg's point was, I mean, we could do a semicolon, and then we could say, and the mission statements for CIS and Environmental Committee and Homelessness Liaison Committee. So 3 committees, we have mission statements. 6 committees, we have mission statements, and only 3 do we have the visions and goals. So that, I think that's where I'm going. Do you want me to type that into the chat?
Sure.
Pardon? Can we just move on? I'm saying, I'm agreeing
Yeah,
with
let's move
Yuri. We
on.
should just.
Let's just move on. Let's move on.
So are we doing this motion? I can type it real fast.
I just think we should leave it alone.
I'm sorry, what?
They've already done, which is quite a bit.
Okay, I
think
hear
we should just.
background. I hear people talking in the background, folks.
I just think we should just ratify receiving
They would like to point this.
information, mission vision statements from the committees, and we received it.
Okay,
mean,
I'm okay, no matter what, however.
I don't want to micromanage them. Let them do it. I mean, if the CIS, for example, the CIS committee, if they're able to do their work with that statement, then fine. Environmental committee can do their work with that statement, fine. Fine, that works for them. But I just want to get through, so what do we need to do to get through? Dolores has her hand up.
Okay, Dolores, go ahead, because I'm typing.
I know the board wants to get through the night because it's almost 9 o'clock, but I just don't feel comfortable with approving all of those statements, and they're incomplete. That's just my word. It's unprofessional.
Right. So
Raheem's hand is
taking
up.
back to the 3 that are only complete, if we listen to Ms. Steers.
Raheem's hand is up.
I'm just going back to what I said like 40 minutes ago, in that I'm not sure if these committees are supposed to be working autonomously and have, you know, their hand in their own destiny and journey. Like, I don't understand this process of us having to approve. Dolores has a valid point now, because like we're forcing this thing where the committees have to have these mission statements and goals approved, but like not everybody's. It's just, this should not have been brought before the whole board tonight in this manner. And so.
Okay, I'm interrupting. So here we go, and here's the definitive answer. Each standing committee shall draw up a mission statement to be approved by the governing board. That's in our standing rules. So we don't need to approve the goals and visions. We do need to approve the mission statement. So let us go back and do a motion, my opinion, to approve the mission statement.
Laura, is there a discussion part?
No, I need to finish the statement, and then Tori, you could go after that.
Okay. Again, the standing rules that we operate under do require that each standing committee shall have an approved mission statement. So we could do a motion going and to approve the mission statements, not the goals, not the visions, just the upfront mission statements presented tonight, and list the committees who we got. We could do that, or we could table the approval till next month and just present the mission statements in a single document and email it out so we have something to approve next month. Do you want to do that?
No, we just spent 40 minutes on
I
this.
agree. Well, so somebody give me direction here. That's all I'm asking for.
My hand is up.
Tori was next. Tori was next. Tori, you're up.
Okay. Laura asked for mission statement only, and now presented as if it was supposed to have been a full presentation. I agree with Dolores. I mean, it's not fair to us. If we asked for what she wanted, we would give her the entire thing. So all of us, need to work on it. And I don't think it's done tonight. But if you want to just do the mission, that is fine with me. But anything else beyond that, I'll wait till next month.
Okay.
Michael's hand is up.
Fine.
I've been listening, and I have yet to understand whether or not the committees have formally submitted their mission statement for review and approval. Has that happened?
That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but I mean, what they've given us is visions, goals, and a mission statement. Are all the committees content with their mission statements submitted standing alone as a presentation?
Okay.
We don't know that. We have to
I'm
poll.
going to jump in a little bit.
Mariel's hand is up next.
Well, can
Mariel's
I
hand is up next.
respond? My question.
You can.
My response is every single committee chair I've asked for months now to have this on their agendas and to adopt their mission and goal statements for this very purpose. And we've been putting this off since November. However, if you are uncomfortable that we're ramrodding it through, I'm okay not ramrodding this through. It is not fair to say, however, that this was the first anyone heard of it, because that's simply not true.
We didn't say that, Laura.
But it does.
We said that you didn't say we were going to present it tonight.
I did. I'm looking at my email to everybody.
Okay, well, maybe I missed it.
Mariel's hand is up.
I think I might be of a mind with Raheem and Dorit, in that even if some of these statements aren't perfect or what was especially called for, I got a good sense of what each committee is supposed to do. I feel like every committee and every committee chair is acting in good faith, and I feel like we should vote on the ones that are ready to be voted on. I think there were at least 3 that submitted them, and I can't see if we table this that they're going to come back and they're going to really, maybe the language will be a little more precise, but I think that their general overall purpose will still be the same, and let's just give them the autonomy to do what they're supposed to do. That's my 2 cents. I'd like to vote on it.
One more. Voted on.
One more comment, if I may.
Yes, you can do one more comment.
Thank you. If the committees are ready to submit their mission statement individually for approval, then let them make a motion to do that. And that way it doesn't feel as if we're ramrodding just to get it done. And we know that the statements are complete, articulate, and to the point.
Okay, thank you. Nancy's hand is up.
No, I agree with what Michael said, and I think Laura has already read our standing rules. We only need to approve, I think, the mission statement.
Okay, I'm working on something, you guys. It just accept that every time I talk, my chat function ends.
Jasmine has her hand up.
Jasmine, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to second that. I think that if we're only required to approve the mission statements, and I think that that's fine for the evening. My assumption is that the goal is just essentially to ensure that the committees are operating in alignment with the UNNC board and our goals and missions. And so I think if we're able to do that, accomplish that with just approving the mission statements, I think we should just move forward and do that.
Okay. Does anybody know if there is a word count limit on chat? I'm gonna just start and do it.
I don't know.
Okay, so maybe there is. So here's my suggestion. Ratify the mission statements and goals of the following committees: Planning and Zoning, Recreation and Parks, and Communications, semicolon. And ratify the standalone mission statements of the following committees: CIS, Homelessness, and next line, environmental committees. And then we'll put on hold outreach and economic development. Will that work? Are you guys comfortable with that? That's 6 mission statements and 3 additional goals and visions.
I'd second that.
Okay, so I'm writing, you guys can vote no.
I just have a one, hopefully last quick question. Like I understand a mission statement maybe carrying forward, you know, in eternity, whatever, but goals and what's the other one? Goals and
strategies and visions, they change from
Right.
year to year. They change from year to year. Yeah.
those can change from week to week. And so like, should we be official? Like, should this be an official part of the record? I don't know. Like, I see why we would maybe do this for a mission statement, but maybe not for a goal. But that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, so or ratify only the mission statements from
You
the
changing it?
listed committees.
Are you changing it?
Well, yes, yeah, or ratify only the mission statements from the listed committees, meaning the committees listed above. That would be, I guess, well, I mean, the truth is that would be good in the sense of that's what can go onto the website, Raheem, because we are woefully not descriptive on the website on these committees.
Okay, let's vote. We got the motion.
So is that, well, Michael, do you accept the change?
Yes.
Okay, so it's been moved by Laura, seconded by Michael, amended, hopefully according to Robert's rules. I don't know if this was proper, but we both accepted the amendment to ratify the mission statements from the committees listed above, which would be Planning and Zoning, Recreation Parks, Communications, CIS, Homelessness Liaison Committee, and Environmental Committee. That's the motion.
There you go.
And do we want to do a BAC, Greg, which we'll catch up on?
We might as well. We've gone this far.
Okay, so you've got it, or we can change it?
I got it.
Let's everybody unmute themselves and let's move on. Hunter.
Ineligible.
Dorit.
Eligible.
Yeah, he's gonna say. Dorit's a yes. Jasmine.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori.
She said yes.
I can't tell. Paul.
Yes.
Carlos is absent still, I think.
Yes.
Laura's a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Paula is absent. Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac still absent.
Yes.
Okay. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Chris is absent. Greg.
No.
Okay. And Nancy.
Yes.
Janie.
Yes.
And Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
And
The motion's carried.
okay.
Motion's carried. Got it.
Lord, thank you. Okay. Hey, John Arnold,
Oh my
you're
goodness.
kinda
What
up.
time is it?
I am here.
You're here. Do you want to present our? I've got the motions, but do you want to do the duty of?
Sure, and I'm gonna go did what I did last time and plow through these.
So I'm making you a co-host, but I don't know if you need to be. But
Okay.
um,
So the first one is, Laura, do you want to read the motion? I have them too, but might have them in a better organized.
well, I can post the motion to the chat while you chat. I will post the motion if you give the background.
So there's been a number, we had a pretty lengthy, just robust discussion last night on all these items. And this one is about TOC projects. You have a site, you're proposing a project, and if you propose so many affordable units, you get incentives to go higher, more units. And it's always more units than what you propose to be affordable. So if you can do 20 and you propose three affordable units, you get 26 units. So it's always more. There's one hole in it, is that when RSO, which is rent stabilized ordinance units, is that when there are units existing that are rent stabilized and they are proposed to be demolished, there's all sorts of rules about relocation. But beyond that, that oftentimes or sometimes, if the developer is demolishing 8 units and they're proposing 40 units, and then TOC, they're proposing 4 affordables, we're losing units. So they're demolishing 8, proposing 4, and they're getting 12 more. So there's a disconnect there where it's benefits, but we're going backwards with rent stabilized units. So our motion was, Laura, our motion
Yes.
is,
You want me to read it out loud?
I can read it if you want.
Okay.
UNNC Planning and Zoning Committee recommends that UNNC Governing Board write a CIS in support of 3 pending City Council motions that address the retention of RSO, rent stabilized ordinance housing. UNNC's opinion that the RSO unit count be maintained. So if you're demolishing 8, you maintain 8 in addition to, not in lieu of, or
Right.
in addition to the required affordable units the developer is proposing in return for density incentives under any city or state program. So basically what we did have some dissent at the planning and zoning, but basically what we agreed upon, the CIS, that the UNNC's recommendation is that RSO units are replaced. And then on top of that, any affordable units that the developer is proposing is on top of that.
Right.
So you get 8 plus 4 is 12 rather than 4.
Right. And the basic idea is that all of these laws were, the legislative intent was to gain affordable units, not have a net wash or a net loss.
And
there is disagreement because it might make some of the projects not tenable.
So
They don't pencil out.
There was discussion that, a lot of units that are torn down are below standard housing, whether it's accessibility, sustainability, insulation, quality of units, whatever it is. So being replaced with a new unit. So that was one thing we talked about. We talked about maybe just saying, if you demolish 8, you have to put at least 8, but if you're not required to do over that. And then the other, we talked about that part of this housing solution is providing as many units as possible, and that putting more of an onus on developers to produce more affordable housing might disincentivize producing more housing. We did eventually end up on this motion, even though there was dissent. We aren't legislating, we're just making, my opinion, we're making a recommendation to the city council. And this will be debated at length.
Right. Dorit has her hand up.
Completely in support of this. Got a concern though. I was looking all over the place today for this CIS, for the way it's written, and I couldn't find it in all the documents that we have for tonight's meeting, because here on the agenda, it says that.
It would be, you're right, that it would be drafted.
I'm speaking, lady. It says draft will be in agenda packet before the meeting.
And it was
At
not.
6 o'clock, I was looking for it and I couldn't find it. I'm completely in support of this, but I don't know if it's kosher for us to vote on something that the public hasn't had a chance to look at and that we haven't had a chance to look at. So that's the only bugaboo I find in this.
Okay, and you're absolutely right. It's been a really, really difficult week, and we were working till 9 o'clock last night, a little after at planning and zoning. So, if others are concerned about that, you have to let us know now.
Is it a concern or there's rules? There's rules of how we're supposed to do things. Isn't there?
Well, for a CIS, that's for sure. If we wanted to adopt the idea and then create a CIS for next month, meaning not be allowed to file it at the city clerk. I think Janie needs to weigh in a little on this in terms of, are there rules about how, I mean, in other words, are there rules? Because it looks to me like most neighborhood councils just file CISs right and left without going through advance, the language in advance. But we have always done the language in advance. I agree with you. So
there's Robert Rules of Orders and just good governance that we're supposed to allow the public to read things and to have a chance to weigh in. So that's my only, it's governance issues.
I understand what your issue is. I'm asking Janie a technical question if she's still with us. Related to CISs in particular.
So you're asking if you can file these CISs without us having read the particular language of them?
In advance. And then Dorit is saying correctly that in this particular case, the draft would be in the agenda packet before the meeting. And she is correct. Neither John or I thought about loading it up into the agenda packet today. We didn't do it till last night, obviously.
I mean, I do think that we would need to be able to read the CISs before we could approve of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So question next would be, are we able to, I don't know, again, this is technical. Are we able to approve in concept but send to executive committee for finalization of it? And thus giving everybody a chance to read this over the next 2 weeks. And Nancy's got her hand up. So Janie, you can weigh in and then Nancy can weigh in.
I thought the CISs had to go through Janie's committee.
Janie did at the last CIS meeting say that the land use ones, because we've been doing land use committee, meaning planning and zoning, we've been doing resolutions for some years. And the city clerk treats the resolutions the same as CISs. But again, this says CIS. I'm okay with us saying we can't act. I would just be disappointed. So in other words,
be
Nancy,
consistent with the rules.
Janie had said, okay, Janie needs to weigh in and say what she said herself. But we did discuss, and she's cool with. Okay, Janie, what is it that you thought about the planning and zoning committee?
First I just want to clarify that any individual committee can come up with their own CIS, but it does need to be on the agenda before the board meeting so that everyone can read it. Okay. So that's not a special privilege for land use. It's just overall we're trying to ease the ability for people to write CISs, not make it more difficult. So that's the point of the CIS committee. But yeah, I mean, I've already weighed in with what I think. I think it's also it's not like my call. I think that's just, I don't think we can vote on it right now.
Okay. John, are we good?
Yep, so I think, so do we have to vote on anything, make a motion to table it till next time, or just skip it?
Well, here's my question, but I don't know if we can even legitimately do this. Is that we're ratify the concept, table this to the next meeting, or can we not even vote on that? That's my
You
real
don't need to
question.
vote. There's no vote on
Okay.
it because it's not
That's fine.
eligible.
I'm
According to the
okay.
rules.
You know, I'm not Superwoman. We can't do everything.
So next item, Laura?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of discussion in UNNC in the past few weeks about trees, planting trees, and proposals for trees. And one of the things that has come up is that a lot of developments that have gone in, particularly the one at Crenshaw and Jefferson that went in about 10 years ago, part of their conditions of approval was to plant trees in the public way, meaning in the sidewalk area and the city property. And they do plant the trees, but then they promptly are not cared for, watered, or maintained. They die, and we end up with empty tree wells. So this is so many developments happen this way, and I'm not sure whose fault it is, but there's no. Once the trees are planted and the project approved, everyone walks away, and that's it. So we are proposing.
Here, I'm putting it in. Go ahead.
So the motion is, and there was kind of split motion. It's a recommendation.
I've got it there. Here.
Oh, did you combine the two?
I did.
Okay. So our planning and zoning committee moves to require developers to maintain all trees that are required under conditions of development approval and be required to replace trees as necessary for a minimum of 10 years after the finalization of occupancy for the project. Enforcement will be under covenants, fees, bonds, and/or an escrow account. All trees shall be drought tolerant, native or otherwise climate suitable. Irrigation shall be maintained in perpetuity with the property. Planning and Zoning Committee also recommends that a letter be sent to appropriate city agencies, including planning, LADBS, and the City Council office, including exhibits of relatively recent developments, like the one in Crenshaw and Jefferson, where required trees have died and not been replaced, or where trees have not thrived because of improper care, maintenance, or water.
And by way of explanation, I sort of missed if you said this. The Union Bank 99-cent store Bank of Tokyo project, which extends from Bronson to Crenshaw along Jefferson, and then from Crenshaw north to the Burger King, was required to have 8 parkway trees, and then a lot. I was gonna say an X number, quite a few of trees in their parking lot, and then other trees on Bronson. So the issue is primarily the Jefferson and Crenshaw Parkway trees. They were required to have 8, and there are only 2. And as we've been, as the environmental committee has been, as you'll learn in a few minutes, surveying empty tree wells, and everybody's considering planting trees there, the question becomes who should be responsible. So that's on a project where they were supposed to have 8 trees with, upon maturity, 30-foot canopies. So that was the nature of this. This letter would need to be approved. If this motion's approved, the letter would need to be approved by executive committee.
Okay, John, are you making the motion?
I can on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Committee, yes.
Okay,
Yeah, so
and
John
you second it? You have a second?
Yeah. I'm writing John moves.
I second.
Who was that?
Janie.
You want Janie? Janie wants a second. Is that okay with you, Greg?
Yeah. I have it in the VCR.
John moves, Janie seconds.
I just copied it from the document.
Yeah.
The document's fine. Okay, so.
Right, and then
ready to
Helen
vote.
has her hand raised.
Yes.
Hi, would this include, I love this, it's wonderful. Would this include trees that are actually on the property, not on public lands? Because we have
No.
one at the end of the street where 5 trees have died and they haven't replaced them. And they've chopped down 2 giant palm trees as well.
Right. Well, what the Planning and Zoning Committee is addressing, but it intersects all these other efforts, is where a developer is required, you know, it has submitted as part of the proposal a landscape plan, and the zoning administrator has either said, yes, that's good, it's part of my approval, or says, not good enough, add more trees, right? But in other words, the trees and other landscaping become a part of the approval. And then we look at it 10 years later and they're gone, right? So it's the question is, how do we retain them? And it becomes pertinent because, for example, we have 5 proposed and to some extent approved other developments, 3 on Crenshaw, 2 on Western, that all involve an awful lot of trees. So it doesn't seem pertinent to force these developers to plant all the trees if we're not, forces them, not a nice word, collaborate with them. But they're not going to be required to maintain them over time.
I'm going to recommend that we keep it to the trees on the public right of way. I think having enforcement on private property of certain things, it's doable, but I think it just gets stickier and it might lessen the impact on this, because the city can require covenants. It can require covenants on anything if they're a group, but it seems like it's less complicated in the public way, though. Pleasure of the board. I just don't know what that means. Do we have to make requirements on private property?
Right. Okay.
I mean,
So
trying to enforce requirements on private property beyond certificates of occupancy.
okay, Helen, I'm lowering your hand. I don't know if you're still speaking.
I'm just wondering if because these were in the proposals of the landscaping. So I understand what John's saying though, because it just does make it more complicated. Thank you.
Okay, Dolores.
Yeah, my question is, when we make the requirement when they're first doing the business that they plant the trees, that's with the developer, but the business that eventually has that location, are they under any obligation to continue with what the developer has agreed to?
Yes.
No, I would say
you're
no,
saying,
because they're renters. It's because
they don't have the obligation to do the watering, but the conditional use permit and other approvals runs with the land. Right.
Okay. Maybe I'm a little confused. They come to us and they get the approval. They agree to plant the trees. Do they continue to own that property, the developers? Or does it move to other hands?
This wouldn't make it varies is the answer to the direct question. The indirect question is that if it's a covenant, it moves with the land. So if they sell it 8 times in 8 years, the 8th owner has to maintain the tree because it's part of the title of the property.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Thank you.
All right. So are there any other questions?
I'm trying to lower my hand.
Yeah, I saw that. All right, so if there are no other questions, comments, Greg, this would be a BAC and it's, it's 10B.
It's done. Let's call the roll and
okay, so everybody unmute yourselves. I'm calling the roll. And I'm sorry I have to do it in the same order every time. It's just easier. Hunter. If Hunter's still
eligible.
I know, but is he here? Okay, he's here. Dorit.
Yes.
Jasmine.
Yes.
John.
Yay.
Gabby's absent. Tori.
Yes.
Paul. Paul's with, we've had there's some spectrum outages, so I know that some people are coming in and out of the meeting. So is Paul still here? I think call him absent on this one, Greg. Carlos is absent. Laura's a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Paula absent. Raheem.
Yeah.
Isaac is still absent. Marielle,
Yes.
Hugh. Is Hugh Moore still here?
Yes.
Okay. Cordell,
Yes.
Michael.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Chris is absent. Greg,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Janie,
Yes.
and Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so under planning and zoning 10C, this is where we have the item that we had, old business because we dealt with it last month, and it's the fee. So, John, I guess while I'm looking for it to share.
I will explain, so last month we looked at a fee structure that the planning department was proposing for increases to all fees. What we saw was a sliding scale where developers, if they're asking for incentives or some kind of planning review, they pay the full bore of the city costs to make that approval. So developers, for example, pay 100%, which seems fair. Next down, if you're a homeowner and you're applying to the HPOZ, for example, to do an addition, homeowners and lesser entities than developers pay less. So that they were proposing if you're an HPOZ applicant, for an example, that you only pay 30% of the city's costs to look at and improve and do all the processing and administration of your request. And then sliding the scale down even further, the city was recouping almost none of their money for things like appeals. So if I am a homeowner and I want to appeal a development that's going on near my home that I feel is going to impact me, it only cost me $80, and that covers about 1% of the costs for the city to process that appeal.
Can I interrupt? Is the
Yes.
screen shared at this point? I can't.
Yes, it is. Okay. So we didn't vote on anything last month because it seemed like the planning department's proposal to have this tiered system, which Laura has up on the board with all the examples about how much it costs them and how much they're asking to charge. It seemed like it was pretty progressive, that the big dogs paid their full weight, didn't get any breaks, but didn't get any favors, but didn't pay more. And then it went down the scale. Since that time, 2 days ago, the city budget office has recommended that applicants like HPOZ pay their full bore. So now if you want to do an addition on your home, you live in HPOZ, instead of paying $3,000 for the administration of your request, now you're paying $10,000. So you can imagine that if you're putting a $100,000 addition on your home, and that is now going to cost you $10,000 just in fees because you're in an HPOZ, disincentivizes to obey the law, disincentivizes anyone to want to live in an HPOZ, for example. I'm using that because that's a really clear one. And it seems like it's pinging the wrong people for the wrong reasons. So we are proposing the following.
Oh, wait. Let me just jump in because I can't do it. So it's two other issues. One is just one of process. The planning department, in good faith, distributed the original document about the proposed fees widely starting December 2nd. So neighborhood councils, individuals, block clubs, everybody had a chance to look at it for 6 weeks. Then it was scuttled apparently at the city council committee on the 16th of February, where it was originally scheduled to be heard. And just last week, the CAO issued this new report that I've got posted where they interfered and said, no, it can't, it has to be full cost recovery, but there was no circulation and no time to evaluate it. And John, the one you didn't mention that's really taking people's breath away is that an appeal fee, and there's only 200 appeals a year, so this is not a lot of people, but we see appeals here in our area. The appeal fee is currently $89. The planning department had proposed that it not quite double to $160. And the CAO instead is saying, no, it should be $16,000. So if you're upset with a project down the street from you, you have to pony up $16,000 under this new scenario, and is obviously taking people's breath away. So now I'm going to unshare because
So
it's
this
hard
is
to see
our,
the screen anyway.
this is our recommendation, and not sure if we're going to run into the same CIS problem here, but with the UNC Planning and Zoning Committee recommends that the UNC Governing Board write a CIS or pass a resolution with the following components. Oppose the CIO, which is the budget office, recommendations for large percentage fee increases for appeals and historic preservation related projects. And 2, the process by which the CIO did not allow for reasonable response time from the community, so opposing that. And the finding is that the fee should not disincentivize citizen involvement or the public benefits related to HPOZs or incentivize illegal unpermitted activity.
John, did you post that to the chat?
I can.
No, I can do it too. That's why I just can't see.
I did not. I'm reading my notes from last night.
Here, let me post it then to the chat.
So that's we have, and I guess the discussion.
I think we're not doing a CIS. That's for damn sure. The motion now is a resolution.
Well, I can't speak for the Planning and Zoning Committee, but I think if someone wanted to entertain that amendment to, I guess I'm making the motion on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Committee. I'm happy to entertain.
Right. So
I will make that motion from Planning and Zoning Committee last night.
I'm saying John makes the motion, but without the word CIS. How's that? Does that work?
Yep.
So what are we writing?
Just by way of explanation from the prior discussion, the CIS needs to be printed on our agenda in order for it to be passed.
So we're writing a resolution?
A resolution.
Yes.
Why is it CIS?
No CIS.
So we can get it done tonight. Not have to revisit it next time.
But we do need a second.
I will second it.
Okay.
Any discussion? Questions? I see no. Greg, do you see any hands?
I was looking at the BIC, but
Right, and I don't see any.
I don't see any hands.
I don't see any hands. I call the question.
Okay.
Okay. So if we're ready, I'm going to call the roll, and again for board members, please unmute. Taking a breath. Hunter.
Ineligible.
Dorit.
Yes.
Jasmine.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori.
Yes.
Is Paul still absent? Paul remains absent. Carlos is still absent. Laura is a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
It's a yes. Paula is absent. Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Michael.
Abstain.
Okay. Chris is absent. Greg.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Janie.
Yes.
And Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to bring the agenda back up on the share screen because it has the next item, a CIS, printed on it.
That's it for planning and zoning.
Correct. Moving on to 11, the CIS committee. And I'm going, like I said, I'm bringing the agenda back up and scrolling down to the first proposed CIS. And I'm sorry that the little yellow thing is there. If anybody prefers that I share the screen with the actual underlying city council motion, not prefers, but let me know. But right now we've got the CIS itself up on the screen. I hope. Can we see that?
Request.
Yep.
Okay. So Janie, this one's yours.
Yeah, this one I think is pretty straightforward. It's basically supporting legislation from at the federal level that would provide funding in a grant form to city and state agencies to make public transportation fare free. And basically this would help people who are hurting financially from pandemic. It would help in recovery. It would incentivize public transportation. It would get cars off of the road, reduce traffic, lots and lots of good things. And it doesn't affect our city finances at all because it comes from a federal level. Yeah, any questions or?
Oh, yes. It doesn't affect the city budget, but what part of money is it coming from, or yeah, could you expand on where the money's coming from to fund this?
Well, it's coming from the federal level. It's in the transportation. It's coming. Oh gosh. Let me see. It's coming from what is the name of the?
I'm
Public
looking.
transportation or what?
It's, I can't remember now the name of the legislative committee at the federal level.
It seems to be is it the Freedom to Move Act, HR 738?
It is the Freedom to Move Act. It's basically just showing support for that act that's coming out of, maybe it's called just the Transportation Committee. Maybe it's that simple. And to know more specifically where the financing is coming from, that I do not know.
Well, yeah, it's in both the HR, from what I can tell, HR 7389 would be the House, S4278 would be the Senate, meaning at the federal level. And it is called the Freedom to Move Act. It's a federal act, but it doesn't say what federal department, nor do I necessarily think we need to know that.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Okay. So is this a national movement to, because I assume this is available obviously to all municipalities. I think it would be the most progressive thing in the world to have a country with free public transportation. So I'm wondering if it's a national movement, if there's other cities in the country that have already implemented anything like a free system, because we all know fares just go up. You know, even in the most liberal progressive cities in the country, there's fares and they go up periodically. So I'm wondering what the history of this is, whether it's a Biden administration act, and what's the background of it? Anyone know?
You know what? I did look it up, and I'm not remembering now the names of the people who are putting it forward. I know that I believe there are cities in Canada who've tried this, if I'm remembering correctly. I honestly, I can't tell you right now the history.
Okay, so may I have a follow-up question, please?
Oh, please.
Okay, so is this a bill that is already approved, or is it one that is being proposed?
Are you talking about on the federal level?
Yes.
No, this is, to be very specific, the city's motion is to add this idea, for lack of a better phrase, to the city's federal legislative program. So what that means is the city is going, assuming this passes, not our CIS passes, but assuming the motion passes at city council, the city would have it in its package that the lobbyists take to Washington, D.C. asking for the money. I mean, that's the, remember, we're not making a comment on the federal legislation. We're proposing that we support the city council in its effort to obtain the money to make the fairs free. So if they don't obtain the money, the fairs won't be free.
Okay.
I have a follow-up to my question.
Sorry, do you guys want me to post this resolution in the chat instead of the?
No, I answered my own question. Yes, it is a movement across the world. There are several cities in the United States that have tried this, and several cities, including Los Angeles, that are looking at it. Kansas City, Missouri has free public transportation, as do many cities in several cities in Europe. So about 100 cities worldwide have free public transportation. So it's not that novel.
Okay, so you guys, I have to undo the screen share because I've been paused again. Sorry. So sorry. Apparently I can't look at 2 or 3 documents all at the same time without screwing up my Zoom. So are there other questions? Is there oh, yes, there are. Jasmine and then Nancy.
Oh, I was just going to tell Greg, I looked it up on the House and it's still in the subcommittee on highways and transit. So it hasn't passed.
Okay, and Jasmine?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I'm definitely fully in support of this. ACT LA, has partners across the country that have been working on campaigns in their various cities. And I just was wondering, as far as like the CIS goes, if it's possible, I don't want to overcomplicate this process. So I don't know if it's possible to maybe add some language around like the criminal justice aspect of this. Because we do know that like, low income folks and people of color are disproportionately impacted by, fare evasion, crimes and penalties. And so I'm just wondering if that language can be added to the CIS. But if not, if that overcomplicates it, then totally understandable. But I think that that's definitely an important point to touch on, especially in South Central.
Janie, I think the answer is that we are supposed to vote on what's the actual language, right?
No, I think that what we've done in the past, people can suggest amendments, and then we can vote on the amendment if that's what people want to do. It's hinted at what you're talking about, Jasmine. I completely agree. I didn't put it in such clear terms, but it is hinted at the bottom. It talks about can you show it again, Laura?
Yeah, I just can't keep looking at multiple documents because that's what messes me up. So, right, so this last, right here, I'm highlighting, does at least evoke what Jasmine said, but it's not as clear. If there's a, Jasmine, how would you add to that, if you would?
Yeah, I guess just, bringing up maybe, decriminalizing poverty or, reducing the incidence of, penalties or incarceration as a result of fare evasion, something that like sort of like explicitly calls out that like the over policing of poor people on transit, the over, fares and essentially funding that isn't even significant to the city or Metro's budget.
So it wouldn't be this last sentence. It would be it would be a fare-free system will incentivize increased transit use, lessening Angelenos' dependence on cars, comma, eliminate criminalization of, what was that? Criminalization of
Of low income, of poverty, of low income writers. Either one, I think, definitely gets at that.
You're missing the C.
Wow, you think, and you think adding the C is even gonna fix that? No. Criminal. Oh my God. Criminalization of what?
I think of poverty, if Janie's okay with that.
That sounds great.
And then while we're doing grammar, it would be reduce. Okay, is that enough? I mean, in other words, that's a shorthand of what you discussed a little longer, but is that enough?
Yes, I'm happy with that. I appreciate it being called out. So yes.
All right. So, Janie, this is your motion. Is there a second to
Well,
this?
I have a question concerning the motion. So for the text of the motion, I'm just copying the bold type that's at the head and saying,
no, here.
Support proposed CIS council file, blah, 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 fair, free, transit, state, local agency. Is that what we're putting in this?
Well, when Janie, here, actually, let me do something. I'll give you a better answer. Okay, so we're limited to 2,000 characters and spaces. So if we approve this entire CIS, when Janie, or I, probably Janie in this case, file it, it would just be the italics, the words in italics. But you can't put all of that in the BAC. So I think the BAC would say what you just said, and see the agenda for the text or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think we can. So we would vote to support a CIS in favor of.
Yeah, which is just copying what's.
Yeah, I don't think you can get all those words into the.
No, listen. For the purpose of the BAC, or BIC, whatever it is, I'm just copying the A, support proposed CIS, and then I stop at the end of the close parentheses at the end of the A and before the little dash.
I think so. And then say per the text on the agenda.
Okay, got it.
Right.
Okay. We have a motion. We have the motion made by Janie, right?
And is there a second?
Second.
And who was that?
That was you.
Okay, Hugh. Thank you. I'm gonna do my best to stop the screen share. Okay. And Greg, your hand is up. Did you vote for that?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So I'm gonna call the roll. Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Unmute, everybody unmute. Hunter.
Eligible.
Yeah. Dorit.
Yes.
Jasmine.
Yes.
John. Arnold.
Abstain.
Okay. Gabby is absent. Tori.
I abstain also.
Paul is still absent. Is that right? Okay. Carlos is absent. Laura's a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Paula is absent. Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell,
Yes.
Michael, is Michael here? Okay, he's absent for the vote. Chris is absent. Greg,
One abstain on this.
Nancy,
Yes.
Janie,
Yes.
and Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay. 11. So Greg, for CISs, we should say out loud because Janie will need the numbers. So it's 11 yes, 3 abstentions, 2 ineligible, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 absent. Does that comport with what you got?
Yeah, I have 3 abstaining,
Right.
and let me put that in the correct box. And I have 1 ineligible, 1, 2,
Oh, right.
3,
Sorry.
4,
1 ineligible.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 absent, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold on, let me just make it smaller. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 12 voting in favor of it.
Who's the 12th? Okay.
Lizzie.
How would you know, right? Let me clear it with, let me do this with you. For yeses, I have Dorit.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dorit, Jasmine, no, as you were 11. Tori is not so 11. Yes.
11,
Tori
okay.
abstain. Tori
Cool.
abstain.
Okay.
Okay.
And Greg, just so you know, since you're doing the BAC, she does. We don't need the actual BAC to file the CIS, but we need all of these numbers.
Okay.
Uh-oh, I'm having audio issues again. Thank you for whoever just pointed that out. I have to look at you to talk. Sorry. Okay. I'm going to share the screen a second time with this governing board agenda. Going to the next CIS. So last month we adopted a CIS, or 2 months ago, I don't even remember now, but essentially much of it was thrown out because the mayor vetoed the spending plan that we were also opposed to. And this item has come back to City Council. It was actually adopted this week in a broad brush stroke. So I wanted to bring it back to us with a revision so that we can actually file this last paragraph that we spend a lot of time on, where we urge that not yet allocated funds, some of them be used to begin the process of re-envisioning the abandoned and historical Washington Irving Library. So way background, I'll just remind you, as part of this year's budget, $150 million was transferred from the LAPD budget into to the idea being that it would go to impacted communities. In the end, 90 million was to be allocated to the preservation of city services, reinvestment in disadvantaged communities and communities of color, and so on, as you can read. Our share here in Council District 10 was and is $4,549,792. The mayor was disappointed in that the original spending plan was primarily on public works. That is no longer the case. The City Council has adopted a completely different vision that is much more closely aligned with the original idea back a year ago or last May, and the mayor is in support. But having said that, CD10 still has $1,259,792. So, a little more than 1.2 million not yet accounted for. So I wanted to bring the CIS back, with the updated language, that we remain opposed to the original allocations, we support the new allocations, and that further we urge that the not yet allocated funds for CD10 also include funds to be allocated to, again, the process of re-envisioning the abandoned and historical Washington Irving Library, and for other community-based organizations and projects. So that's Laura's proposal. Did not go back to committee because, again, all of this was happening too fast, but we had approved the broad brushstrokes of this, I want to say in January. So this is my proposal. So I don't know if it's appropriate for me to be calling on hands. What do you think, Greg?
Your
If
calling
there
on
are
hands is
hands.
just an administrative thing. It's not, I'm sure you're gonna call on all hands equally if they're raised.
Well, I can't even see the hands while I'm sharing the screen anyway.
Oh, well,
So I don't know if there are hands
we are
raised.
all monitoring hands being raised.
Okay, why don't you call on any hands that are raised?
I see no
None are
hands
there.
raised.
Okay, well, this would be moved by Laura, but it needs a second.
I'll second Mr. Reed.
Wait, sorry, I'm so sorry. I was actually trying to do a little math. I do have my hand raised. Can I jump in?
Yeah, please do.
Sorry, I was just trying to do the math really quick. Did you all get an email from Mark Ridley Thomas very recently where he broke down where he was actually spending the money?
Yes, he did it, and it totals 3.29 million, where he's proposing his portion of this bigger so 6 council members pooled their respective census-based funds and then split it up again. So he only allocated 3.29 million of his total, and there is this balance, and he is wanting ideas. I mean, Chris, John, and I had a different meeting with council staff for a different subject on Monday morning, but we talked about this. Our new councilman is looking for some ideas for the rest of the funds. So I would like to be able to provide him this idea.
One more question, sorry. Didn't he say that it was meant to be for re-envisioning community safety, or what was the category that we're trying to
He's most
address?
interested in the homelessness, obviously. Oh, so if you're
right.
I'm looking for the email, sorry. And I'm gonna guess my screen sharing is paused. Is that correct? Darn. So everybody got that letter, right? From Mark? Because I believe I put it in the e-blast. Here, I'm gonna stop the share because again, I'm just too paused while I'm reading this. He says,
yeah, I found it. Addressing and preventing homelessness and reimagining public safety.
Right.
So I'm just wondering if we are suggesting something that is out of those categories, if that is going to be considered an appropriate suggestion, or
well, John,
or if it's
John, you were there. How did you register Carly's reaction when we mentioned it? If John's still here.
Yeah, I'm still here. I don't recall actually.
Well, she grinned. Well, grin is not, I can't say she grinned. She appeared to grin under a mask or smile and said, that's great. Let us know, but I can't let her know unless, so I don't know. I'm referring to the chief of staff. So is our concern, well, I guess I'll just ask a different way. Should our concern be how our elected official receives our message, or should we be discussing what message should we send?
My hand is up, so I'm going to speak
Dorit,
now.
Dorit, go ahead.
We are an elected body. We are not a puppet of our elected officials. We need to vote as this body sees fit and not worry about if we're going to please the city council member or the mayor or anyone else. So we should not give a flying feather what the city council person thinks. We should vote what we think and what this board, who was elected, believes. So I don't care what Mark Ridley Thomas thinks. I care what we think.
Okay. And then Janie, you have your hand up again.
I just want to put out there, I was not at the meeting when this was voted on, so forgive me if I missed something. It's just, it's a little confusing to me because I know that these funds came from really a push that was made by the people's budget, the people advocating for a people's budget, and that their focus was really on specific areas of improving quality of life in these neighborhoods. Right. And I just want to make sure that we're staying true to the original purpose of these right. monies. So
right. I'll respond because Isaac is not here. This has been his pet project. The abandoned building, which is not just an eyesore, but is on and off a public nuisance and a safety issue, probably would fit, if you want to look at it broadly, into the scope of public safety. Meaning make it not abandoned and come up, help figure out how to get it into service. Would it be in service to the homeless? I can't answer that. It's an ex-library, so it would seem not functionally very easily changed to housing. But it is a safety issue ongoing, I guess is the best way to say it. So, it's constant battle about, people potentially burning it down, but just living there. I mean, in other words, so it's maybe not completely direct, but this is what we had voted as part of part of what we were thinking. And the other phraseology about other community-based organizations and projects, obviously, is just very generic. But I shouldn't be the defending champion. But it was Isaac's passion thing. We had quite a lively discussion with a lot of community members. So, is there any other comment? Anything else? All right, so do we, obviously I've made the motion, but I haven't heard a second.
Dorit seconded. Dorit seconded.
Dorit seconded. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, well, then we vote.
Let's vote.
We can vote. Okay. Give me a moment. All right. Sorry, too many pieces of paper myself here. Everyone, please unmute yourself. Hunter.
Knowledgeable.
And Dorit.
Yes.
And Jasmine.
Yes.
John. Is John still here?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori?
Yes.
Did Paul make it back? Paul is absent. Carlos is absent. Laura's a yes. Hugo?
Yes.
Paula is absent. Raheem?
Abstain.
Okay. Isaac is absent. Marielle,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell,
Abstain.
Michael. Is he off?
It's
the call?
absent, absent.
Okay. Chris is absent. Greg,
Yes.
Nancy. Did we lose Nancy? Hey. Have we lost Nancy? I think we have.
Yes, yes.
Okay, absent, at least for the vote. Janie?
Abstain.
Okay. And Lizzie?
Yes.
Okay, so I have Greg will confirm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 yeses.
3 abstain.
3
One-
abstain.
one
1, 2,
ineligible.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 absences. And 1 ineligible.
Okay, so the motion passes. Okay. Oy, we're not horribly late. Yes, we are.
Laura, I'm sorry. Can you just quickly tell me the yeses, abstains, ineligibles, and absence quick one more time?
10 yeses
Okay.
and abstain 3.
And ineligible 1.
An eligible 1 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 absences.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on. Only an hour late. Trying to go through this quickly. So item 12A, funding request. I'm going to say the words out loud, and then you guys will tell me if you want to see all the pretty pictures or not, which have been in the agenda packet. So in on the agenda, it says in June 2020, UNNC encumbered $3,996 and approved a tree watering and maintenance project with a bid from KYCC covering 25 young trees on UNNC's commercial corridors, prioritizing Jefferson Boulevard. At this time, UNNC's Environmental Committee requests additional funding of $5,000. Then the UNNC Executive Committee recommends approval of $5,000 more to expand the existing tree watering and maintenance project. By way of background, in November 2019 was our original approval of the $3,996 as part of a request to partner with a neighbors in Jefferson Park on their application for a grant. And it was, so I understand there's some question marks, but it definitely was, because I've looked back in all the records, specific to KYCC. It may have had some fluidity at the time, but when we encumbered the money in June and carried it over to this year, it no longer has fluidity. Our funds must go to KYCC. Our particular previously allocated funds, the $3,996, are required to go to KYCC. So I understand there's been some movement on another project we will hear about in a few minutes. But I think the additional funding request of $5,000 stands because it may be that we need to come up with the full $6,900 from UNNC funds. So that's the motion from Executive Committee, add $5,000 to the existing tree watering and maintenance project. So that's, who made the motion? Greg, is it you or me?
No, I think we need to modify the motion.
Why? I mean, really, why?
Why are you responding like that?
Because we made a motion out of it. Because our
never mind,
rules are that the rule is
mind.
that.
Never mind. I'm just calling you on that. My question is that just to clarify, our goal is to fund this project up to the $6,900 limit, correct?
No, that wasn't I mean, that may be your goal. That may ultimately be the board's goal, but the request from the environmental committee.
Are they here?
Well, not anymore. Elizabeth has come and gone. So, okay.
So I think,
Greg, I'm a little frustrated because.
well, I know that, but.
You can tell. I'm a little frustrated. You can tell. I'm a little frustrated. UNNC will lose its money if this project doesn't go forward with KYCC. It will be gone.
But Laura,
we
all
will
that's
lose
not necessary.
$4,000.
All that's not necessary. My question is, I'm gonna even lower my hand. My question is just to clarify the amount of money that they need. I'm not, and if they need, please let me finish. Remember I said earlier that we had money that we need to spend. So I'm not trying to deny anyone the funds that they need for this for a project. I just want to clarify the amount that they need. It's not anything to be defensive about or against it. So I would like to start my question again, if I may. Thank you. Okay, so the way I understand it is that our goal is to make sure that the environmental committee has the funds that they need to execute the project with KYCC.
Correct.
And we already have in our budget, we already have earmarked
$4,000 basically.
$4,000 for them. So if the total contribution is $6,000 some dollars, then we just need to add the additional money to bring it up to that $6,000. That's just the math I'm having.
Right. So that would be correct if the other project, which we cannot vote on tonight for funding, also happens. What the environmental committee's goal is to change 25 trees to 40 trees. I recognize that there is a second project that we cannot vote on tonight that may have 25 more trees. That would be a total of 50, and that would certainly meet the goals of the environmental committee. The environmental committee identified 75 tree wells that can use trees. So no matter what, even funding both projects, we still will not have enough funding and trees for all of the empty tree wells. So if what you are saying is you want to amend the motion you, Greg, actually made at executive committee, you're the one who made it for 5,000. You want to amend it to 3,000 for the KYCC project, I understand that. But I think our rules are first we have to make the actual motion. And then if no one seconds it, then we can make a different motion. And if someone seconds it, then we have to amend it. But that's the motions printed on the agenda, because that's the way we do it. Raheem has his hand up. So in other words, the answer is we would need $3,000 to at least fulfill the contract. And that is because the matching funds are being transferred to a different project, not our funds, but the other funds.
As this is a substantial amount of money, can we table this until a member of the environmental committee is
No,
here?
we cannot. We are on a deadline. We will lose our money. And then, and there was a member, I'm sorry, we can't keep doing, I'm a member of the environmental committee.
Okay.
I mean, I've been attending the meeting. I mean, guys, what we can't keep doing this.
I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that like a committee chair is here to request $3,000 or $5,000 from a neighborhood council. I don't think that's an unreasonable ask.
I do think it's unreasonable when they've spent months working on a project, mapping 75 things with addresses where they've come to executive committee, not once, but twice.
And I'm saying if you spend that much time on a project, then show up to request those funds and answer questions and explain what those monies are going to be used for. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
And
we've got a whole bunch of
hands up, hands up, hands up.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me go in no particular. Let me go to Ms. Dolores first because she's on the far left-hand side of my screen.
My question is, I know you have to vote on the motion because I think it's an action motion, but can the deciding factor on the finances be not tabled, but tabled at this meeting temporarily until the other presentation has been presented? Then a decision
No, Dolores,
made on
I'm
the
so
money?
sorry. No.
Why? Why? Why?
Because we have to spend the money on KYCC. We do not have an option to spend it with California Greenworks.
That's not the question.
No, she's
Laura.
asking, can it be tabled until the other presentation? They're not in that was her question. They are not in conflict. We are trying to do two projects. I'm sorry to be getting so upset.
Why are you getting upset?
But
I don't get that. I really don't
you
understand
don't,
that.
you don't.
I really don't. I
Well,
mean,
I don't understand why we can't. There's too many problems that I don't want to say out loud with
You don't
why
need to
we
say
are
them out loud.
here in the first place. So I'm not going
But
to.
how are we to vote on something if we don't understand all of, you're saying you don't want to say what the problems are. We don't know why the other funding went away from KYC,
Okay.
KYCC.
Fine.
We don't have all the information we need to vote on it.
Then
Personally, I'm going to vote yes because we
you
have to spend this money and I love trees. But you can't get frustrated at us when you're not giving us all the information that
Fine,
we
I will
need
give
to
you
be
all the
informed voters.
That's fine. I'll give you all the information. The 31st Street Quality of Life Committee asked us to partner with them on a funding of trees. It was specifically voted by this board for KYCC for a project that's $6,900. No work happened in a timely manner. It did not happen. Rather than canceling our funding, we went to the effort of getting Lonnie to agree to be flexible and extend their grant to the 31st Street Quality of Life Committee that had not done anything, extend the grant for another year, make it more flexible as to where the trees would go. And that was because KYCC had specifically said that there were not they couldn't do the project the way it was defined with 25 existing trees. They weren't enough healthy trees. And we then encumbered our money. If we do not spend it on this project, our $3,996, we will have to give the money back to the city's general fund. We approved specifically a $6,900 bid from KYCC. So we don't have the option of moving our money, but apparently the 31st Street Quality of Life Committee has the option of moving their money. That would be the second item later. That is not an action item tonight. So the longer we don't vote this money in, the more likely we will lose our money. The Environmental Committee has met monthly for months, developing the whole grid of where the trees can go, etc. So I understand you're saying, well, they didn't wait it out till after 10:17 p.m. maybe they just couldn't because they were here on the call earlier. So, you know, I mean, I just find it, you know,
May I call on the next
them.
person, Madam
Yeah,
President?
Cordell would be next, Helen would be after that, and then Raheem, because he's already spoken once.
Cordell,
Cordell would be next.
So my question is, you kind of glossed over it, but why is $3,000 being allocated to another project from this project?
May I answer that question?
Yeah.
Which was included in my, Cordell's answer was included in my question. The only thing, Cordell, I just want to overlay my question over your question. The only thing that I was asking was that in executive committee, as Laura pointed out, I did say, let's put the money, additional money, which was $5,000 to it because I was looking at both projects. But since that time, this is why I want to do the modification. I just want to be clear about what the environmental committee wants so that we can say if they need $6,000 and we already have $4,000, instead of saying let's give them additional $5,000, we could modify it to just an additional $2,000. My other concern about that is because since we have to make sure that we allocate our money and spend it properly, I don't want to earmark money to a project that we need to come back later and modify. So it's not that I'm trying to take money away from the project. I am not. I fully support the project.
Greg.
I just want to get the right amount. Yes, Cordell.
I appreciate that, but my question was actually to Laura. She said it, not you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so again,
yeah, I know that, but
we have a bid, Cordell, the answer is we have a bid for $6,900. Essentially, we were providing $4,000 and Lonnie through the 31st Street Quality of Life Committee was providing $3,000. The 31st Street Quality of Life Committee has found a different vendor in a much bigger project. We are going to hear a little bit about it tonight, not a lot. So they want to use the money that was awarded to them for that. We have an actual encumbered amount of money, $4,000 on a $6,900 contract. So at minimum, which is not exactly what the environmental committee was addressing when they were addressing it, because this has all come up in the last couple of weeks. So we've been as the environmental committee, we've been working for months on trying to rescue it. So we need to come up with a minimum of, you know, real minimum is probably 2,900 something, but $3,000.
That was my question.
Yeah. So I'm still not understanding here. Is as I see it, there are potentially two breaches and some bad accounting because KYCC failed to perform. I get that.
No. It wasn't KYCC that failed to perform.
You said in a timely manner.
No, don't mishear me. I know I'm being a little oblique, but it was actually the community members who failed to perform. KYCC was right there.
Okay, so the community members failed to act, and now they want to move $3,000 from what was already slated to something else.
No.
Well, to another tree project.
It's another project.
It would result in a lot more trees. There's nothing wrong with a lot more trees. To rescue this project, we need more money from our coffers.
I get that. But what I'm talking about is what was voted on and what was agreed to. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, I look at the November 2019 motion, and the motion UNNC made was to essentially support their grant, but it was $6,900 to KYCC. That is what UNNC voted on in November 2019, and it's what we voted on again in June of 2020 when we encumbered the funds. And it's KYCC. So that part's true. Again, there may be a way to double the number of trees, and that's good.
Helen's hand is up next.
Yes, and Janie.
Helen.
Helen's hand is up.
I would like to say, as a member, the community member who is allegedly failed to perform, the reason that we stopped the project with KYCC is that they did a bait and switch. They said, yes, after months and months of work and 3 different drive-by mappings with their staff, where it was really clear, we want to water already established trees because those trees have already spent years getting to that point and it's the best way of using the money. They said, yes, yes, absolutely. Did all this work, did all these drive-bys. And then after the whole thing was voted on, they said, oh, sorry, we can only water trees that are less than 4 inches in diameter. They had never said this before. So they were saying, okay, so now that was 6 trees that were less than 4 inches in diameter, which meant that we needed to come up with 21 new trees to plant. And the other thing is, just because there's 70 tree wells that are empty on Jefferson doesn't mean that we can use all of them. There are various city laws and ordinances and regulations that mean that probably half of them cannot be used because they're too close to a lamppost or a driveway or a power meter or a doorway of a business. So what would then have to happen is a survey to find out which tree wells were possible to be used. And then every single business that was behind that tree well or in front of it had to be contacted, and the owners have to agree to sign a paper saying that they are going to agree to take care of the tree for 3 years. This is an enormous amount of work. You have to locate the owners, you have to get them to sign a thing, which they're afraid of because they're like, I don't want to maintain a tree for 3 years. So we decided that this was beyond the scope of what we were willing to do, and I started to look for another vendor. Lanny, which was the other grant thing, suggested Cal Greenworks, which is a very reputable, has been around, has done huge projects, and they have agreed to do all the work because, anyway, that's part of my presentation. I just wanted to say, we did not fall behind. It was KYCC, and they were not so easy to deal with either.
Okay, Helen.
Thank you.
But I mean, in other, if
Helen,
the environmental committee wants to deal with them, that's great. I really, really love the idea of twice as many trees. It's wonderful, but please don't blame me. Thank you.
Janie's up.
No, I was hoping that, yeah, nothing, never mind.
Okay.
So
May
Greg,
I?
our problem is we can't transfer our money. It
We're not
has
trying to transfer
KYCC.
money. No, I'm not proposing that.
Fine.
All I'm saying.
Can we vote?
The issue is that there's a dollar amount on it.
Mm-hmm.
All I was saying, questioning, was that for this, so that we are being good stewards of the funds for this project, they need $6,900 roughly. We have already earmarked or encumbered $4,000. So really what they need is not an additional $5,000 from us, an additional $2,900.
Three. Well.
Okay, let's make it 3. Make it 3.
Yeah.
Make it 3. That's all I was saying, and it's just.
I heard that. I know.
It's a very simple clarification, and if we had to say, well, let's do the motion and then modify it, then that would have been fine. But there's no need for anyone to be upset about it. It's not against anyone because I led with we have money. So anyway, whatever proper protocol, my question is, All the only thing that we need
thought
to
we were
add
there.
to this project to make it whole or for it to move forward is to add, I will say $3,000 instead of the $5,000.
That's fine.
Okay, thank
So,
you. Thank you very much.
okay,
So can I make that motion?
sure.
Okay, so I am proposing that we add an additional $3,000 to the tree project that the environmental committee is working on.
Well, I think we need to take a look at the agenda. It's really to
Okay,
complete the,
I will look specifically at the agenda.
yeah.
Okay.
I think it needs to be just changed
You
from
can't hear you.
5 to
Can't hear
3.
you. Okay, UNC motion recommend approval of okay, so
Change it from 5 to 3.
make it 5 to 3. Approval of 3,000 to expand the existing tree watering maintenance project being executed by the environmental committee.
Right.
Is that good?
That's fine.
Okay, thank
Is
you.
there a second?
Did you type that in the chat because it's different?
I can do that, yes.
Then I will put it on the BAC.
I will try to do this. Hang on.
Thank you so much.
But we don't have a second yet anyway.
Okay, I made the motion, so someone second it.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Cordell.
Okay, you got to give me, unfortunately, however, a bit of a minute because
No,
I have,
I got it. So that's my concern about this. I'm good with the BAC.
okay, wait a minute, you've got it and I don't need to put it in the
You
chat?
don't need to put in
Fine.
chat.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? I cannot see any hands, sorry. At the moment, but give me a minute, coming back. Is there any further discussion? Okay, calling the roll, please unmute. Hunter, I'm so sorry, you're always first.
Ineligible.
Okay. Dorit,
No.
Jasmine,
Ineligible.
John,
Yes.
Gabby is absent.
Laura, I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry, I'm supposed to face the thing. Gabby is absent. Tori,
No, I'll abstain on this one.
Paul is absent. Carlos is absent. Laura's a yes. Hugo?
I'm going to abstain as well.
Okay, I will remind everybody, and that's okay, you can choose to abstain, but that's a no vote. So if you're voting no, you can vote no. Paula is absent. Raheem?
No.
Isaac is absent. Marielle?
No.
Hugh?
Yes.
Cordell?
Yes.
Michael? See here. Oh, is Michael absent? Michael's absent. Okay, Chris is absent. Greg?
Yes.
Nancy?
Absent.
Jeannie?
Yes.
And Lizzie?
For the trees, I will vote yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So let me check. I have
6. I have
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Where's the 8th? I only have 7.
Yes. So I have Lizzie, Janie, Greg, Cordell, Hugh, Hugo, you were abstaining?
Hugo, he abstained. Hugo abstained.
Okay.
So
Abstain.
yeah, what I
And then
have
John. So 7.
7 yes, 3 no, and 2 abstain. So that motion passes clearly.
Well. Yeah,
But barely. All right.
3. Tori abstained, Hugo abstained. Who else abstained?
Tori and Hugo abstained. Dorit, Raheem, and Marielle voted no.
Okay. Okay.
And we had 2 ineligibles.
2 ineligible and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
bunch of
6, 7, 8. Okay.
Right.
Motion does not pass.
No, the motion does pass. Ineligible does not count against. 7 yes, 5 in effect no.
5,
We only had,
no,
we had
and
12 people voting. 7 said yes.
you have 3 no's,
2 abstain.
abstaining,
So motion does pass.
and absent 8. Okay.
Yeah. But again, barely.
Well,
All right.
thoughts on that one?
Okay. We have another funding request. Boy, this is going to be fun. Another funding request, which I will present. So don't be mad that I'm presenting it. Don't vote against it just because I'm presenting it. Please, God, you guys. So we have a fireworks awareness outreach project that hasn't finalized some of the elements, but it's kind of a very exciting project in that we've got a lot of residents who would like to mitigate against the really increasing amount of illegal fireworks in our community. So a lot of people have been working for some time now to create a fireworks awareness outreach campaign. So because it's not quite ready to go, meaning we don't have a full distribution plan and we don't have a full content and design approval, but what we do have is the support of the council office, and they would like to make UNNC a pilot project for this year. We thought we would bring this forward and ask for up to $6,000 for yard signs. So what I have is a draft, if you want to call it that, outreach materials proposal. So this is request for the money for the yard signs and not for any other component. So it's a outreach project spearheaded by several local stakeholders and to be managed, we think, by UNNC. The project goal is to mitigate firework activity in our neighborhoods through a unified campaign. This will be accomplished by yard signs, social media, digital flyers, etc., in English and Spanish. This funding request addresses the reservation of funds for the production of lawn signs for residents to place on their property. The lawn signs will, we hope, increase awareness that all fireworks are illegal in the city of Los Angeles, provide a sense of cohesiveness in our community by having a uniform sign design throughout our neighborhoods, give clear information on reporting illegal firework activity. So the project description is develop a yard sign messaging and content with the input from UNNC stakeholders, CD10 and the city, develop text and graphics for the yard signs that include the following concepts. Well, I guess you don't have to actually translate it into English and translate it into Spanish. A statement of fact that fireworks are illegal, clear, concise, factual statement that embodies a message from the entire community. Who is affected? List of vulnerable constituents from our neighborhoods who are detrimentally affected by fireworks, such as seniors, veterans, pets, neighbors, and I would add our houses, which can catch on fire, but that's not here. What you can do and how to respond. Actually, CD10 is looking working with LAPD at this point to see if they can create a special specific number for fireworks reporting. And Kamani Black is working on that, but essentially identify a specific and have a unifying positive statement, enjoy our neighborhood safely, have a safe holiday. I think Councilmember Ridley Thomas said have a safe and happy holiday or happy 4th of July. But anyway, come up with one unifying positive statement that would go across all of these different platforms, including the yard sign. Fund and produce signage. Have 1,000 standard yard signs produced with color, printed coroplast signs on metal H frames. Don't ask me, I don't know what that is. English on one side, Spanish on the other. There is a local vendor who has given a bid. Funding sought from UNNC with possible financial support from CD10. Kamani did confirm that there's more likely probable financial support and from community donors. And the distribution of signs would be a combination of the following: UNNC area representatives, community members, including those who've already expressed interest in our UNNC regions 2, 4, and 6. Make that area 1 as well, because Laura, have expressed interest for Angeles Vista. UNNC Outreach Network, the Southwest Area Division of LAPD has already expressed interest in helping with the distribution. But neighbors have not yet contacted either Wilshire or Olympic Park LAPD divisions. The CD10 senior leads, and also some direct requests from stakeholders. This is a pilot project. One of the issues is, can we store the signs? So in other words, we don't want to send 1,000 signs to the landfill. We no doubt will lose some, but how can we store the rest of them so we can use them from year to year? And then the price. The bid price for 1,000 signs, 16 by 24 standard yard signs, at this moment is about $5,000. But given that it's likely to be, again, a unified campaign where there may be 3 different signs that all have the same unified message, but maybe different pieces of it, I don't know. Or, or think of it as $1,000 just in case. So the request is $5,950 or $6,000. And you can see the date would be, earliest date that we could use spend the money is showing here is 4/1, but that actually is 1 day too early, 4/2 through 4/22. Executive committee put the caveat on our recommendation that there's a deadline of March 25. It's really close for all of these open questions to not be open questions, but in fact to be figured out. So that if we can't pull it together, we know by our April board meeting. And, April 1 is 1 week after March 25. So do I need to keep the share up? Greg, anybody?
No, I'm good.
Right, and I saw Dorit and Hugh had their hands up. I knew Dorit.
Well, Hugh was before me, so he can go first.
Okay.
So I have significant concerns with the messaging that they're offering. Last July, the police received over 1,000 calls on one night complaining of illegal fireworks being fired. Whereas I'm absolutely in favor of trying to get the community to stop using fireworks, telling people that it's illegal is not going to work. People know it's illegal. Everyone knows it's illegal. And there's efforts to be made to prevent sales. The mayor, did a task force. They confiscated thousands of dollars of fireworks that were coming into the city. Again, these things, people already know that's illegal. I believe absolutely that there needs to be an educational platform of some sort to help the community learn that it's dangerous, that it affects pets, that it affects people with PTSD. But I think their message is way off. I heard a discussion with a community meeting last year from the fire department. We're saying this is a cultural traditional heritage in Los Angeles. And they feel the only way that you'll ever be able to use the fireworks is by an educational project through children. We're not going to make any headway on this with adults. It's going to take a couple generations to work on this. So again, I'm absolutely in favor of an educational program to stop use of fireworks. I wish we could make it go away today, but I think their messaging is completely wrong. And I think we need to be better targeting the message and creating another way or ability to create, that change in behavior. Whereas saying it's illegal is just not the right tack, not going to happen.
And Dorit is next. Thank you, Hugh. Dorit is next.
We should add to the list of people who are affected by fireworks, anyone suffering from autism or anyone who's developmentally disabled. But I'm also going to say this is not going to work. I don't think lawn signs, if you're going to set up fireworks like Hugh just said, you know it's illegal. You totally know it's illegal and you know what you're doing. And you also know you're not going to get caught. I'd rather us use this $6,000 and whatever money the council office is going to put in and other neighborhood councils to pay for extra cops at night or just find other ways of stopping it at the sales. If you don't sell it, people can't set the things off. So I don't think these signs are going to work. No one's going to change their behavior because you politely tell them with a lawn sign. We need to have better enforcement, and I'm going to vote no on this because I think it's a waste of $6,000. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, so no, Greg, I'm sorry. I'm going to have board members speak first, please. So it'd be Hunter, then Marielle, then Diane, then James. Hunter.
Hi. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and agree with the previous two speakers. I don't think that warning people that something is illegal does anything. We all have experience with this at this point, and it's not going to move the needle. Personally, I've seen some pretty interesting anti-firework campaigns in certain neighborhoods, not just in Los Angeles, but elsewhere, because my family knows that I'm interested in this, because I had a friend who lost his eyesight when we were 11 from fireworks. And there is one neighborhood in particular where every year they put up not just yard signs, but posters on walls of children that have been maimed by fireworks, houses that have been burned down, animals that have been lost, things like that. And it's actually frighteningly effective. There's a real negative stigma towards illegal fireworks in that place. Just a thought.
Okay. I believe Marielle's next.
Yeah, I guess I'll just throw my 2 cents in with everyone else. I agree with what everyone else says in various forms, but also my concern with the signs is that I think it would exacerbate tensions surrounding gentrification. I think someone talked about the cultural issues surrounding fireworks, and I think it's just going, at least in my neighborhood, Harvard Heights, I feel like the signs would just exacerbate that this feeling of us versus them, or whites versus, whatever. I think it's something that if we do that is something that would need to be handled very gently and with caution in terms of that. That's it. And it would be great to have the money go for something else in mitigation. I agree with Dorit in that regard.
Okay. Madam President, which procedure are you going to follow? Are you going to call on board members before we let the general public speak? assume so. So Janie, you're up.
I just agree with what's been said before.
Okay. Raheem, your hand is up.
Just really quick, I definitely agree with everybody. And I think what if instead of these yard signs, we think about something to incentivize people to not do fireworks? If the quietest neighborhood gets a block party, something, I don't, that may not be the answer, but instead of shoving like the enforcement angle at people, why don't we can create something, a reward for a neighborhood that does whatever they can do themselves to mitigate fireworks.
Okay. Diane, you're up.
Hi. Okay, so I agree with everybody, and I am one of the people who is on the committee to push this idea forward. Every year next door just comes alive with people. Oh my God, the fireworks and the dogs, and every year you can just cut and paste it. And last year we had the worst ever. It started out 2 to 3 months before July 1st. Every year it's getting worse. The fireworks are getting louder, and it's become a very serious issue, and it's going to get worse and worse. So how do we deal with it? And our committee came up and said 3 ways: through community involvement, official involvement, and neighborhood council involvement. Everybody has to be involved. Now, I agree, putting up signs that say it's illegal, this is not what we have been advocating. And I'm sorry that you got the impression that that's what the signs were going to say. Our signs are going to give people a tool, and we have to work with the police, and we're still working with the police to come up with a plan on how to do this. But the tool is anonymous phone calls and reports. So everybody in that neighborhood is, and you have to have a neighborhood that where most of the lawns have the sign, but here is, you can make an anonymous call to report this illegal fireworks, because almost every neighborhood knows where those fireworks comes from, knows who's got them. And so the people who are repeat offenders are now going to be on alert that there's 10 people in that neighborhood that is going to report them. Now that's one thing, and it has to happen, because you're right. They're not going to stop because it might blow somebody's eye out. They're not going to stop because it frightens your dog. They're going to stop because they might end up having to pay a fine. They might get caught. So now how do we do that? We have to have a dedicated phone line. And then what we're looking at now is that anytime anybody calls in, that it will come up on a map as a hotspot. So, because remember, we're calling in 2 months, 3 months prior to July 4th. Forget July 4th, you're never going to stop that. But 2 to 3 months, all of a sudden, we're seeing on a map where the calls are coming from. Then we have police response, police patrols that go into those neighborhoods at night and just make their presence known. So these are just some of the ideas we came up with, because what we have now does not work, and it's getting worse. And the city doesn't have the bandwidth to come up with something. The police don't, the prosecutors don't. So we as a community sat down and said, how can we change things? What can we do to make things different? Now, if we don't get community buy-in, if we don't get community people to help us, if we don't get the police to help us and change the way that they're responding to this and to be more proactive in their response, then, we're done. We've done as much as we can do. But this is where we've come. This is after a year of sitting down with each other, talking to prosecutors, talking to SLOs. And our opinion is that this is part of a larger game plan. And, and if we don't get everybody on board, forget it. And then we'll all just be yelling on next door again. So.
Thank you, Diane. James, you're up.
Hey, so for several years now, I've been sitting at the CPAP meetings, and I've gone through several captains promising things of addressing the issue, or Captain Brockway with printing signs, and I made the signs print. He didn't have the budget. It all got pulled. I went and printed them off and worked with Donna Jones, that I handed out flyers on my block. She handed out flyers on her block, and the West Adams Avenues. We knew we couldn't fix the entire problem, but maybe we could just fix a little piece of it, just block by block by block. And I went and just talked to people, and it wasn't so much that it was illegal,
but really just asking that they be more neighborly and conscious of all the issues that were already brought up, and really that it's a quality of life. And June 19th celebration, a lot of the fireworks, as Diane was saying, and I went and addressed it with one of the neighbors on Adams Avenue and 9th, and mature family that has a really nice wealth, or just semi to a certain degree. And she sent her sons out to threaten me and tried to follow me home. And I had to put a report. So it's a mixed bag of what Diane already articulated, that it is a combination of police enforcement to a certain degree. It's a community really trying to ask their neighbors to be more respectful and neighborly. And by the way, it is against the law, but that's not truly the point here. It's more of a quality of life for so many people, and being more conscious and aware of that, and education. And it is dangerous. And as Laura said, I was always concerned because there are several houses on this block that got wood shingles. So it's going to take a village. It's going to take community. And I don't like bullies. And that's what a lot of people do, because they want to go out and do what they want when they want. But someone a while ago had said that, what they really should be done is give a designated area in a park area somewhere that says, no, we all raise children, no to this, but yes to this. No, you can't do it on this block or on the street, but you can go down to such and such park or area where it'll open up and make it legal, where you can all do your fireworks over there, but not here on the street.
Okay. John?
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
My feeling is that lawn signs won't solve the problem. We've all been just in our homes all around July 4th, just feeling helpless, powerless to do anything except cover our ears and hope that nothing bad happens and that we just get through it another year. And I agree that last year was the worst. Putting out a sign that's visible throughout the neighborhood sends a message that you are impacting us. Rather than us being quiet about it, without doing anything, we're being silent. It's not going to solve it. I agree with that. But we're just being silent. There's nothing that says this house doesn't agree with what you're doing. And you see multiples of it. It won't stop it. People are going to do what they do, but it will give people pause. And to everyone's point, it will be one step in a generational change, but it has to do something, because right now there's zero. There's zero out there that says we are aggravated by it, that there's more people aggravated by it than who are participating in it, regardless of the culture, regardless. Our neighbors, we're all on board across the spectrum of the diversity of the neighborhood. There's so many people who are against the firework problem, and we have to start somewhere. Right. And to me, it's just the beginning, but we got to get our voice out there and just do it unified. This isn't a novel idea. It's been done all across the country. It's been, I don't know what the results are. I have to admit, I don't know what the results are, but everyone else is throwing out against ideas, but there's nothing else to be done. The helicopters don't work. Police doesn't work. Police don't respond. Police have better things they should be doing. So that's where I stand on it, and I'm voting yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just real quick, the sign I was proposing was a fireworks-free zone. That's right. Something to that effect. It's all in the marketing. I'm not a marketing person. Sorry.
Hunter.
I'm unmuted. I am unmuted. Hunter's got to stand up a second time. And I do want to remind you that the way this motion is presented on the agenda was that the specific content would be one of the things that we would work on approving by March 25. So in other words, we're not voting on, is it going to say fireworks are illegal or fireworks are dangerous or please consider your neighbors? We don't know the exact language, but we need to know that before the next board meeting. So this proposal tonight was essentially to set aside of the money for and support for the broad idea of the project. So if you're totally against the project, you would be voting no. But if you're concerned about the nuance of the verbiage, we're still going to work that out. So Hunter is next.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm so sorry. I'm still getting to know everybody's names, but the gentleman that just spoke, I agree with him. The people who are shooting off fireworks are in the minority. And I think at some point, as a community, we have to feel comfortable just calling it for what it is. They're a bunch of assholes. Everybody knows it. Everybody talks about it. There's no cultural thing. It's just, I mean, look, people like to shoot off fireworks because it's fun. They enjoy doing it. And those are the kinds of people who just, quite frankly, don't give a shit about anybody else. And at some point, they need to be called out. It's as simple as that.
Exactly.
Here.
Can we,
Okay. I don't see any other hands. Do you, Greg?
I see John's thumb up, which is a thumb of approval, I would assume. So no other hands up.
Okay. So the motion, again, out of executive committee, is to recommend approval of up to $6,000 for the printing of yard signs in support of a broader fireworks awareness outreach project with a deadline of March 25 to work out content, design approval, and I should add a PS, design approval from the city. I mean, the city attorney will look at this as well. A sign distribution plan and information from CD10 about a number of things, including the success they have regarding attending a dedicated phone number, if that's still the direction anyone wants to go. But the request is to set aside the funds, but contingent on meeting all those other things by March 25. So I guess that's my motion. It would need a second.
I second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Hey, let's vote.
All right, let's go. Unmute yourselves, please. Hunter.
Regrettably ineligible.
Yeah. Dorit.
No.
Jasmine.
Ineligible.
John.
Yes.
Gabby is absent.
Absent.
I know. I'm just saying the words out loud. We're being recorded. Tori.
No.
Okay. Paul is absent. Carlos is absent. Laura is a yes. Hugo.
No.
Okay. Paula is absent. Raheem.
No.
Okay. Isaac is absent. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
No.
Cordell. Is he still here?
Cordell,
I don't know. Is he still here?
absent.
No, he's here. He may be absent for the vote, but he's physically
Yeah, he's
still
absent
logged
from the
in.
vote. That's how the vote.
Okay.
yeah.
Absent for the vote. Michael is absent. Chris is absent. Greg.
Yes.
And then Nancy is absent. Janie.
No.
And Lizzie.
No.
Okay. I'm pretty sure the motion failed. My new question is, do we actually have quorum?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people here. 13 members here.
Okay.
So yeah, it failed.
Okay. All right. The next item, is a wait for bated breath. The last item is Jefferson Boulevard Greenbelt project, and I assume, Greg, you
Yes.
have
Yeah, I have the
sharing ability.
presentation, and I will Is Michael here?
Oh, shit.
There's somebody called California Greenworks
I thought
on
they
the
were going
call.
to open it up so that, because I wanted to say something, but, they didn't open it up because the last two gentlemen, I put my hand, but I guess they didn't see me. But,
Who's,
the last, there are three, those last two gentlemen who just nailed it. The bottom line is, yes, these people, this whole cultural thing that they're
someone
talking about is a
mute
bunch
her?
of
I think
bullshit.
she
It
doesn't know
literally
her
those people are
microphone is on.
assholes. And I love that guy.
Okay, hang on, you guys.
can you meet her?
Oh.
Or is she?
Well, I don't want to just mute Tracy, but I'm gonna need to
Whatever.
mute
It
Tracy.
doesn't matter because they fucked us,
Yeah.
There we
Okay,
go.
so I'm going.
I was trying
to-
not to do that.
Okay, hold on. I need to get back to.
So that we have somebody on.
Very lively meeting tonight.
That just
Okay,
made it
We
work.
have on the
so
line
I-
a California Greenworks. Is that the person, Michael?
Yeah, yeah,
everybody.
yeah. Hold on, Michael. I'm looking for. I'm in March, and then agenda package, March, Rexon Park, UNC.
Okay, it was up in the agenda
Where's-
packet online because I took a quick glance.
Things are gone.
Huh? No.
Things are.
Oh,
okay,
look in trees. I might have moved it into,
why
but I
If
don't think I did.
if you
No,
like, I can share my screen.
I can do that.
would you do that?
You want to share your screen? Is that going to work for you, Greg? Is that okay?
Yeah. I mean, why would you?
Is that all
Yes,
right?
Michael, please.
Okay.
Yes, Michael, please share.
Okay, here we go. Now you can. Now you can. All right. And
Do you want me to share my screen?
yeah.
Yes, please, Michael.
Okay. See if we can get this. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
All right, we're going to be really brief here. As soon as I can get this to go. Is that it? All right. Well, first of all, thank you all for having us.
Michael, can I give a brief overview before you go? Before
Oh,
you start?
absolutely.
Okay. All right. So this brief that Michael's going to present is just an overview of an additional project so that we can have additional trees in our community. Again, being mindful that we have funds in our budget. This would just support additional trees in our community, and the total amount of this project that we will present next month will be again $6,000, the same amount, $6,900 also. Okay, go for it, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Greg, for having us in the UNNC. My name is Mike Metter. I'm the CEO and founder for California Greenworks. I also have with me tonight my program project coordinator, Jenna DeTavio. I don't know if she's on or what, but
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thanks so much for coming and supporting. We are very excited about this project. We want to put in, we actually have an overall goal of putting in 1,000 trees over the next 5 years. So we're really excited to be a part of this whole effort that you all are doing to green open space, and it's a part of what we do. So keep this going. I think I can, there we go. Just a little bit about our mission. California Greenworks, our focus is on providing environmental education programs in urban schools and revitalizing urban open space. Another part of our mission is to advocate for green economic development. Some of the projects, some of our past projects that we've done, South LA Urban Forestry Initiative, that's the project that we're looking to our lens to work with you on the Jefferson Greenbelt. Sprouts which is our skill development program. Is something we're really getting started with in this year. Water Links is our urban watershed education program. We do a youth sustainability summit every so often, and we just completed a feasibility study on the Bonner Creek. So this is the project that we're looking to do. And we're going to close on Helen. Are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I'm going to let Helen take it from here, but this is the project that we're looking our lens to do, putting in 25 trees. The biggest part of this project is the maintenance. So this is really what we're coming to the UNNC for, to get your support on. So Helen, I'm going to let you take it from here.
Okay. Well, the Jefferson Greenbelt Project is what we're really excited to share today. We're really excited to have found Cal Greenworks to partner with. As you've heard, their focus is to plant trees and improve green spaces, especially in underserved communities. They have several large grants and will be handling permitting, planting, procurement, and outreach for 25 new trees on Jefferson Boulevard between Western and Crenshaw, which will be a big upgrade in the appearance of our business district, which we were talking about earlier. The UNNC money that we're requesting, $6,900, would go towards watering and maintenance of the trees for 1 year. It's actually more than that, but Cal Greenworks is going to cover it. Because they have the funds to pay for all 3 years of watering and maintenance, we don't have to spend the tremendous amount of time and effort of getting signatures from every single business that a tree is planted in front of. The business owners, as I said before, would have to sign a form agreeing to maintain the tree for 3 years, and it's really hard to track them down and get them to agree. So that whole thing is removed from the equation. They get the permit just because from the city automatically, because they have 3 years worth of funding. Greenworks has already done a survey of Jefferson Boulevard, which is the thing you're looking at the screen now, and mapped the tree wells where trees are allowed to be planted. Many of the empty tree wells no longer fall within the city's many restrictions and rules for where new trees can be planted. They were dug before the new rules. What's the next thing? The project is ready to go, and Greenworks would like to have the first 10 trees planted for Earth Day in April. We have a complete funding request packet with the bid for the watering, a letter of agreement from Greenworks, the survey map, and one other thing that my brain isn't pulling up right now, but the packet is complete. So you can see how much it is, what they're going to do.
The only thing that we do have to do, Helen, is to get the permitting. So that's,
yeah.
Once
No,
we
but
get that,
that's part of the timeline. There's a timeline as well for when these things happen that they have provided. So it's there's no loose ends, we hope. They're very experienced in this kind of project, as you've seen. And I can't believe Greenworks is still here this late. They've come before the UNNC before with other projects and been granted funds for their projects. So UNNC is familiar with them. They're reputable. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
You want me to close out the share?
Yes. And Raheem has his hand raised.
Hi.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Helen.
Hi, thank you, Helen, for the context here and also before. Just have a question, and I'm not trying to bring up old stuff or dig too much into the business, but can you guys talk a little bit about why, like, if KYCC wasn't able to see the project through, were the issues that they found actual issues that California Greenworks won't have, or like what was the issue with?
California Greenworks has funding for 3 years for the maintenance.
Okay.
If you don't have funding for 3 years, if you have funding for 1 year, which is what would have been the case with KYCC, we would have had to go through that unbelievably horrible hundreds of hour process of getting all the signatures.
Right. But the part about like the diameter of the tree, was that just something that they made up, or like what?
Well, KYCC, I went to them and I said, I have this money. we need a water truck. Can we have the trees watered? And they said, yes, absolutely. We went and mapped out where all the trees were that we thought could use watering. They were kind of young and struggling. They went with us on with two KYCC people, 3 different drive-bys that took hours and hours, and we carefully wrote down addresses and mapped everything, which is what the environmental committee has done. It's horrible work. And then they came and presented, we voted, we gave them the money, and then months later, and then the pandemic happened and all that stuff. And then in March, I said, so when can we start? And they said, oh, there's only 6 trees that we can do because we only do trees with a diameter of less than 4 inches, which they had never once ever said before. And I went to them before I went to UNNC and said, we want to water established trees. We don't want to plant any new trees. We would rather water trees that already have a history and are there and surviving, because they are much more likely to survive to be big than a baby tree. So I felt like I'd been bait and switched. And then they said, well, no, you're going to have to do all that work. And, you know, I was just like, this is not what I signed up for.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt a little here. This is now a second project. I don't, not so it, I mean, without, I've obviously heard it a little different. Elizabeth heard the story a little different. It doesn't matter. It's a second project. So what KYCC did or didn't do, or what?
Well, no, I'm asking the question because I'm saying if one vendor ended up having an issue, I just want to make sure that this new vendor doesn't have the same restriction or whatever. It's been fleshed out. That's why I'm asking. I think it's a valid question. That's why I'm asking.
I agree with that. I'm just saying, Raheem, the thing is, even today and last week, KYCC planted another dozen or more trees in our community. They've been planting trees all over our community. So I don't want this conversation to be pitting one tree.
No, I'm not pitting anybody. No.
Another.
Yeah, I'm asking for clarification because I mean, if that was a sticking point with one vendor, I want to make sure it's not going to be a sticking point with this new vendor. If it's been talked about,
Correct.
I assume it has been. I just wanted to hear it myself. So thank you, Helen.
Yeah, the thing, California Greenworks, to go back to it has a huge budget. And we're just going to be giving them a tiny little amount of money. There's a budget also in the packet, and it's, you know, a lot of money. And we're just going to be paying for 1 year of watering. And they would like us to obviously give us some more money, give them some more money so they can plant more trees, you know, in other communities. But that's why they are great, because they sidestep that whole issue of getting signatures.
And to sidestep, part of what we do, we're a really small organization that has been around since 2002. And so what we do that is unique is we have made ongoing relationships. We are, you know, everybody on our team lives in our council districts 8, 9, and 10. You know, we work in our community, we live in our communities. We are constantly working on ways to provide resources. And so a job like this, to go and survey it and figure out what trees we're going to do in the land, we were really excited about this project. It was exciting to us. So we're a small team providing a little bit different package, though a similar objective as KYCC, but we're a smaller team providing a little bit more hands-on project management.
Okay, so again, I've practiced this speech and forgot to give it. I forgot to give it at executive, forgot to give it tonight. We do not have conflicting projects or competition for projects. What UNNC collaborates and works together, and in this case, hopefully on 2 projects. We don't compete, we collaborate. So hopefully we can have 2 projects. And that was Laura Meyer speaking, if you can't see the screen. I do have a question. The new $6,900, which I assume is not coincidental to the prior $6,900 with KYCC, which we will spend. What role does the Lonnie grant play in the 6,900, or is that now in addition to the 6,900? I mean, are you?
It's in addition, because it actually costs more than that
Yeah.
1.5-year-old bid that KYCC gave us. So that will make up that year.
Right. So we're not voting tonight on money at all. We're not voting at all. We're not voting. It's not a voting item. That will be at executive committee. I would say that as much as I really love trees, because we have to pay for the KYCC one, I'm not sure that it's now valid to also ask us for $7,000 additional dollars. But that's just my broad opinion. I want to see a real package, when we look at this at executive, because we would only have been paying the original $4,000 had the prior project happened for whatever the reasons were, including COVID, that it didn't happen timely. Janie.
Yeah, I just want to say that I very strongly want to support this bid. We just passed something that was giving $3,000 for a project that actually doesn't have a timeline. We don't know if and how it's going to work. And the Jefferson Park Community Beautification Group, I forget what exactly they're called, have put so much work and effort into this. And this is something that is actually going to happen. And is going to provide incredible benefits for our community. Having Jefferson Boulevard become green is amazing for our businesses. It's amazing for the environment. It's amazing for pedestrians waiting at bus stops. It's amazing for people biking. It's amazing for people walking down Jefferson. I mean, we're not using our budget for a lot of things right now because of COVID. I can't imagine a better project than this one. So I just want to fully put my support behind this one.
Lizzie,
So Janie,
Lizzie,
I again want to emphasize, we're trying not to compete.
My hand
I would
up.
really, I see that your hand is up.
I'm not talking about competition, Laura. This is a completely separate thing.
I'm talking about the ongoing implications that KYCC did something wrong, and they really did not.
Nobody's talking
So
about that.
That's all. But I am personally concerned, and then I'll call on Lizzie. I'm just concerned. We're not voting tonight. We're not at all voting tonight.
We know.
There's no vote tonight.
Yes.
But
yes.
You have to note that, we need to see all of the paperwork when we go to executive. And what I'm going to say is that would include the Lonnie grant information. I would like that to be part of the package. Dolores is after Lizzie. Lizzie wants to speak, then Dolores.
Yes, hello. So, because so many things have been said here, I would like my colleagues to know that we have been working, the 31st Street Quality of Life Committee, we have been working for months. Once we found out that we had another vendor that could answer all of our questions alongside, while the environmental committee was working on their project, we were trying to get answers to our questions. Can we have 25 trees, viable trees on Jefferson? Can they be properly cared for, maintain water? And they said they responded to every single question. We have the package. If we were to present tonight, we have everything in the agenda packet. So please, board members, you have everything in there, the whole package. It's ready, timeline, the mapping, the proposal, everything is in there.
Including the
We have the entire project.
Including the Lonnie grant.
You will get it, it's just 2 pages.
And the Lanny grant does not really, why does it have to be attached? It's nothing to do with UNNC.
Yeah, and that doesn't need to be discussed here
Yeah,
because it's just an
right.
overview. That
But,
doesn't need to be
but
discussed
I'm
here.
making a specific request, as I have made previously, that the Lonnie grant package also be in. And why do I say that? Because you asked us to partner with you on the Lonnie grant. So that's why I'm saying that. And
the Lanny grant is part
don't
of
argue.
Greenworks.
Okay, Dolores is up.
Dolores is up.
I didn't want to say anything. I was going to let Helen and Lizzie do California Greenworks do all the talking about this, but on several different occasions, you've thrown a slur at the 31st Street Committee, a Quality of Life Committee, and that's not right, Laura. That was wrong of you to do that because you're acting like this is a competition and it's not. Okay.
Like I said.
Wait a minute. And you didn't ask us. You just assumed that there was nothing wrong with the KY people. You didn't know the problems that we were having with them, and you didn't bother to ask either. And so just to assume that we did something wrong, that's wrong on your part. And I take issue with that. I really do. To imply that one group is better than the other and that they didn't do anything wrong and you don't know the whole story. I think that's just wrong for you to make that assumption. And I think it's wrong for you to throw that slur at our community group that was trying to beautify our neighborhood with trees.
Okay, Dolores, if we had been told more information, it sounds like, last May, when we were working with Helen to rescue the project, if at that time.
You were told that information.
Can we
I told you
stop?
that.
Can we stop, please? It was a brief presentation.
Right.
We received a brief presentation. We received a brief presentation. We were not going to vote on it. It was supposed to be a 5-minute presentation.
Yes, it was.
So that we could just know what they have in mind.
Mhm.
We know that. It sounds like a good project. It supports our community. All this other stuff is not helping anyone. No one. So I wish we could stop and move forward. It's a positive project. It's for the community. There's no competition. We have the funds. It is just that simple. What has happened in the past, let it go. Let's move forward and do good for our community. Please, this is just too much.
I have a question in the chat that should just be asked out loud if Audrey, if you want
Look
to.
at the chat.
Yeah, no, in my chat. So it's from Audrey. Do you want to ask the question out loud?
Unmuting myself.
Thank you.
Yes, well, only this would seem to be the moment to lay out what the next steps in the timeline are going to be on this, because I think.
Not now, not tonight.
No, Greg, it's okay. The next
steps.
The next step would be take a funding request to executive committee with the meeting
My apologies.
on Tuesday, March 16th.
Very good. Thank you.
My apologies. Okay, are we done?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, am I done?
No, are we done? Are we done? 1, 2.
Well, again, I'm just going to repeat my request. Only because I've been making it for months. I would like to have in the agenda packet the information on the Lonnie grant. I think it's not inappropriate. I don't feel that my asking this question is an attack on anyone. We were asked to partner with the Lonnie grant, and that's how we have the money in place to begin with. And we're now being asked to still partner on a tree plant, and that's fine. I want the trees. We'll end up with 50 instead of 25. But I don't think it's inappropriate when we're dealing with taxpayer dollars to ask for a copy of the Lonnie grant where we were asked to provide our support and partnership in order for the grant to be given in the first place. And I think, Greg, it actually comes under the category of what you addressed hours ago about, sort of an after report. We voted, we wrote letters, we helped them get the grant. I'd like to see the paperwork.
The package that I've seen looks good, really good.
I know that the package is really good. I've seen it too. I still, however, would like to see the Lonnie grant application where we're the partner on it. Because
Okay.
it is taxpayer
Okay.
dollars. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
What's next on the agenda?
The secretary's report was tabled. So the next on the agenda is adjournment. Thank goodness. It's 11:30, 11:28. So is there anything?
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for
Sticking around for
thank you for
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
thank you for being you. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Mike.
Good night.
Good
Thank
night.
you,
Peace
Jenna.
to all of you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank
Good night,
guys.
everyone.
Thank you, Dolores.
Greg signing out. Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Stay safe, everyone.
Bye,
You too.
everyone. Take care.
Bye.
Bye,
Good
love.
night.
Okay, bye, Tori. I'm ending the meeting.